For October 18th at 9 a.m. Please join me in a moment of silence, silent prayer, silent meditation. Thank you. Supervisor Miller, would you lead us in the pledge? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Villapudua. Supervisor Rickman.
Here.
Supervisor Miller.
Here.
Supervisor Patty.
Yes.
And Chairman Nguyen.
Here. Thank you very much. Moving to recognitions presentations. Clerk of the Board. First one is the Caregiver Appreciation Month.
Thank you, Chairman. That's correct. Our first proclamation is of November 2022 as Caregiver Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County. I invite Mary Nicholson, the founder and president of Healings in Motion, as I read the proclamation. Whereas the Centers for Disease Control considers caregiving an important public health issue affecting the quality of life for millions of people. And whereas caregivers, also known as the sandwich generation, are balancing work, caring for their immediate family, as well as caring for aging parents, caregiver burnout has become a medically treated health concern. And whereas telehealth, telemedicine, and other integrated technologies are part of today's medical dialogue, and many seniors and elderly are overwhelmed by these changes in how healthcare is provided, requiring a greater need for caregivers. And whereas, in recognition of National Caregiver Appreciation Month, Healings in Motion will present the 15th annual Inner Safari Caregiver Conference on November 4th and 5th, 2022, providing speakers, resources, workshops, and a pamper parlor to show appreciation and recognition of the most important role caregivers play in San Joaquin County. Whereas the theme this year is lifting, listening, and learning to care. And whereas at this year's conference, professional speakers will address the importance of self-care, holiday and other forms of stress, renewal and recharging, finding meaning and purpose, dealing with grief and loss, finding reliable and certified in-home care, end-of-life planning, managing social isolation, and having an outlet to communicate with other caregivers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim November 2022 as Caregiver Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County and encourages all citizens to honor the selfless service and importance of caregivers throughout San Joaquin County, presented this 18th day of October 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Mary. Would you like to make some comments?
I have a dry throat, so I'm going to try to keep it nice and sweet and short. This is the 15th year that I have come before you as a board to acknowledge those people who are serving in our community as caregivers. Because I had suddenly thrown into the role as a caregiver for my newly wedded husband, I realized that as a professional, I never thought that I would have to serve in that capacity. And then after he passed away, I had a brain aneurysm, which is a bleeding stroke. And then on the operating table, I had an ischemic stroke, a grand mal seizure, frozen on the left side, with cognitive damage, speech aphasia, and it took a long time to recover, but it was my caregivers, who consisted of my mother, my former mother-in-law, employees, and others who stepped up and said, even though they said it didn't look like you were going to survive, and if you did, you were going to be a vegetable at best, they said, oh no, we're going to work together to do whatever we can to save you. And they did. I am here functioning to speak on behalf of those people who serve as caregivers. Now, I have been here year after year, and I've heard your stories as it pertains to caregiving, whether your mother, your child, or whatever has served in this capacity. But let me tell you something. What really has to happen is after you sit behind the dais, you are one of us. You're somebody who's going to need a caregiver or be a caregiver one day. And it's more than saying, oh, it's nice. Oh, what a great job you do. The reason why I am here in October to acknowledge November as Caregiver Appreciation Month is because there absolutely needs to be more done to recognize caregivers, because it's a very, very important role. And they juggle so much, including working for companies and having to also take care of a family member. And there is a lot of information that needs to be shared. The focus on self-care needs to be elevated. So that's why we do the Pamper Parlor. That's why we bring in speakers from all over the country. We have never, ever limited what we have done for people in this community, because people don't know what they don't know. And so without a limitation, we have done great things. Even during the pandemic, one of the greatest moments that I had was honoring the caregiver for Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks, hopefully you all understand the value of Rosa Parks to civil rights. But her caregiver was the very last person who held her hand to say, I love you and thank you for carrying that torch. We did that in San Joaquin County. We had an opportunity to say thank you to that caregiver. Now, let me tell you, there are a lot of people who have big, big jobs here, one of which has the role of health services. Greg Dietrich has that role right now. But the person who was his predecessor, Ken Cohen, he's one of our speakers this year because Ken had to serve as a caregiver to his wife. And he understands the heavy burden, the emotions, the roller coaster ride that many caregivers have to endure. I am asking you, and I know that there's going to be a shift here at the Board of Directors fairly soon. At the beginning of the year, there'll be new faces. But as a leader, I really am here because I want you to take the role of caregiving very seriously. And during the month of November, it's not just about what's going to happen on November 4th or 5th, but you got to make sure that you acknowledge everybody who is stepping up in the role of caregiving in any capacity, because right now, caregiving has become a situation of burnout. It is now a medical problem. Professional caregiving, the turnover is so very, very tremendous. You know, people come to our caregiver conference to find professional caregivers. There's a lot to say about the fact that as leaders in this community, talking to businesses and helping them to be more compassionate about the people who are serving as caregivers in our community is vital. And now I want to say, recognizing pastors in our community who are also giving care, but in doing so, there are a lot of people who are serving as caregivers under their leadership. In every capacity, in every role that is played, all the employees of the county and every organization that you are influenced or influencing, I am hoping that you stop a minute and recognize those caregivers. I'm not here for praise. I'm not here for pictures. I am here from my heart to say thank you to the caregivers in our community, and I'm hoping that it's more than a piece of paper that we acknowledge them on, but we do something spectacular and memorable from your hearts, understanding that one day you will either be a caregiver, need a caregiver, or wish you had one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
And I have a couple of other people who are with me from their perspective on caregiving.
I was just going to ask. So, gentlemen?
Hey, how you doing? My name is Keith Rucker with the Jim Tracy. First, I want to thank Mary for having me down. I think what I want to add to what she just said, because I couldn't say it any better than she just did. Part of the thing that we do at the gym is we actually have a program that's for seniors. It's called Silver Strong Program. And what it's designed to do is to help them with mobility, strength, just to increase the value of their life as we age. That's one of the programs that we have. The other thing for the caregivers themselves is they do have to take time for themselves, to let them recognize the fact that they have to take care of themselves. And we have programs at the gym that could help them with that also. So I just want to make you guys aware of that, and that's why I'm here today.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Kim. I'm with San Joaquin Public Health, but I'm also a board member of Healings in Motion, and I've been with the group for about close to 10 years now, and I've been really grateful to be a part of this group, to be able to promote not only stroke awareness, stroke care, but also caregiving. I'm now at an age, turning 50, that I'm one of 5 Californians who are serving as a caregiver to either a child or to a parent or a friend. that needs it. And so as a public health practitioner, I'm here to remind everybody in terms of the importance of caregivers in terms of our quality of life, not only in terms of the individuals that they care for, but also for themselves, and that the self-care is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Filipino.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Nichols, thank you for that incredible speech, and appreciate everything you guys do for seniors and caregiving. Having lost both my parents since I've been in office, being a caregiver, my brothers and sisters, and it's needed so much throughout the community, and appreciate what everybody does for seniors who need help. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Mary Nichols, it's always a pleasure to have you here. Your strength, your resolve, your passion shows that God's purpose for you here with us is incomplete. So the fact that you're championing, the fact that you have recovered the way you did, to be a strong testimony of what's needed in our community and to be that voice, we appreciate it, we respect that, and we're glad for all that you shared today, and you do have our support in every capacity. It's been an honor for me in the past to be at those caregiver appreciation cookouts and the seminars that you do, so that the caregivers understand and appreciate and know how much they are valued. So thank you for your continued efforts. Makes a difference.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Mary, I've known you a long time, and when we first met, you weren't long past your health troubles, your strokes. And to watch your own personal progress, physical progress over the years, but also what you've done with Healings in Motion and turned your experience into something so incredibly positive and worthwhile for the residents of San Joaquin County. It's been very inspirational to watch. So thank you for all you have done and what I know you will continue to do. You are right. We will all either at some point need a caregiver, be a caregiver, or wish we had a caregiver. My own mom right now has a live-in professional caregiver, and my brothers and I are blessed that she has someone so competent to help her remain in her home. And it's a huge issue to allow, without a quality caregiver, whether it's a family member or a professional or both, that's how seniors are able to remain in their homes. And that is a huge gift, not just to our seniors, but to our society, to allow that to happen. So thank you again. We do support our caregivers and Healings in Motion, and we thank you very much for everything all of you have done through the years.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here very much, and thank you very much for your very passionate speech. It was really moving. And sir, with your Silver Strong, I would love to know more and to see if I can help you out, even spread awareness. And you're from Tracy, I'm from Tracy, and through our community. So if you would, please email or call my office, and we can get together and it would, what I can do to help out. So thank you for bringing that here today. But I know we talk about a proclamation for November as Caregiver Appreciation Month, but it's not just limited to 1 month. It's every year. And today is a time to recognize and honor family caregivers, not just here in San Joaquin County, but across the country and the world. And today does give us an opportunity to raise awareness on some of the issues that caregivers have, and you mentioned some of those, and educate our community and increase our support as a county for support of those caregivers. So thank you very much for being here today. We all appreciate it, and God bless you all.
Well, Mary, you're a living miracle. You're obviously an example for all of us, not just with your health issues, but certainly with your continued service and leadership. I would offer this, having been a caregiver, it wasn't me, it was my family with my mother. And I raised that issue primarily because what I found during that time where we cared for her mother before we had to put her in a home was that my entire family benefited from that, of caring for her. It wasn't just me. Obviously, I was working a lot of the time, but I think even my children, who obviously are very mature adults now, remember those times where they were able to help. And I think, we sometimes lose sight of the benefit that we receive in regards to helping others. And I think that's the challenge for all of us, because sometimes people view those type of tasks as kind of, challenging or difficult, and they are. But on the other side of it, the rewards are just infinitesimal. And so I want to thank you for that. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, congratulations certainly for Healing's Emotions, certainly for your leadership, certainly for all that you both are doing, Daniel and Kim. So I want to, for the board, obviously we support you and certainly caregivers throughout the county and actually throughout the world, because let's face it, it isn't a county or a state or a country issue. It's a generational issue. So again, and I'm probably the oldest member of the board, so I'm probably closer to that recipient part as opposed to the giving part. But again, I want to thank you and all of you for what you do on a daily basis. So with that, I'd like to present all of you with a certificate.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I have one more thing I want to say.
Go ahead, so we can get you on the record.
The average caregiver is 42 years old. And now I am a part of an age group that's called a baby boomer. There are fewer children now. The average household is 3.2. But every generation, there are fewer families having children, which means that there are fewer and fewer potential family caregivers. And so that is why I recently started a business called Caregivers for a Graying America to address this issue. So I just wanted to say that, because the perception of a caregiver is that it's an older person. Many of you, I bet, are in the baby boomer age group. We're here together, and we have to make sure that the necessary tools are in place for us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Michelle?
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the proclamation of October 2022 as Pastor Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County, and this was requested by District 1 Supervisor Villapudua. I'd like to invite down Reverend Dwight Williams to the podium and read the proclamation. Whereas the services provided by pastors and their families throughout San Joaquin County is distinctive and safeguards the spiritual well-being of the members of their congregation that reach out to the surrounding communities. And whereas pastors invest themselves and the majority of their families' lives in the ministry, facing the pressure of sometimes unrealistic expectations to be the ideal role model for their congregation, to be available when a member needs assistance, to have all the answers, and to provide counseling, comfort, and instruction under intense pressure to be right. And whereas pastors represent a leader, spiritual guide, visionary, shepherd, overseer, teacher, and many more things to a congregation, they hold a key role in the quality of life in our county. And whereas the County of San Joaquin is honored to have diverse congregations with pastors who invest their time to the betterment of the community and who encourage a strong spiritual security on a daily basis. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim October 2022 as Pastor Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County, presented this 18th day of October 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you all for showing up today. I wanted you to have you here to tell you how much I appreciate everything you do for our county. I've been to several of your on Sundays for your masses and I'm a Catholic, so I call it mass, but very uplifting, incredible what you do for the community. As Mary Nichols said, everybody comes to you for help, and I know you guys always come through as far as providing food, shelter, whatever it may be needed. But when I do leave the services, I can tell you that I am uplifted by the music and the positive attitude that you guys bring. And I just want to tell you how much I appreciate it for everything you do for our county. Thank you, guys. And I'll let Chuck take over here.
Thanks, Miguel. Reverend Williams.
Chairman Wynn, Vice Chairman Rickman, members of the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, and everyone present, good morning. I am happy to stand before you this morning representing a fraction of ministers from an organization of pastors and ministers called the San Joaquin County Ministerial Alliance. Our president is Pastor Terrence Saffel, who is right behind me, and they have asked me, since I am the chairperson of the Civic Engagement and Social Action Committee, to speak for them on today, representing the 25 to 30 churches that are part of our unique fellowship. Let me take this opportunity to say on behalf of each of my colleagues behind me, thank you for this recognition. Supervisor Valapudua, thank you so much for your kind words and bringing this to attention. As pastors, as the resolution so stated, we are committed to serving our various communities, and whether we are pastors, priests, rabbis, imams, whatever the title there is, we are committed to bettering the lives of our parishioners off in our respective communities. We get many times calls late in the midnight hour asking for assistance and for guidance for matters of crisis, whether we have to go to hospitals, whether we have to go to jails, whether we have to go deal with mental health related issues. Whatever the situation is, we are called to be able to serve, and we are public servants in our own rights in that capacity. I can personally reflect that when I was ordained in the ministry at the young age of 19 years old, one of the questions that was on my ordination panel was, who was your mayor of your city? Who was your chief of police? And I didn't understand that at 19 why they would ask that question. And then I asked one of my senior ministers at the time, now deceased and gone on to glory, why was that question on ordination for me to be a pastor? And he told me, he said, Reverend, he said, the reason why that was on your test was because you will find out as a pastor, you will have to know and go down and respond to government, business, and whatever. And it's important to know who these folks are, because how can you represent if you don't know who they are? And so now, at the sweet age of 57, I definitely appreciate and understand that now more than ever before. So I want to say on behalf of my colleagues behind me and our president, Pastor Dr. Terrence Saffo, thank you so much for honoring and recognizing Pastors Appreciation Month for all of the work that we do. Again, Supervisor Valapudua, thank you so much for leading this. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board, thank you so much for your kindness. And we will continue to serve. We're change agents, and we love this community, and we're fierce advocates for causes not only within our churches, but within the community as well. So thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you once again. Thank you, Reverend White. I want to thank Reverend Shepherd, Reverend Glenn Scales, and Bishop Bridges for coming and supporting and receiving this great reward. We're so thankful for this opportunity, for you even taking the time out to just recognize clergy. It means so much to us. Last year, 2021, I conducted over 60 funerals myself, and it takes a toll to see your members weeping and hearts broken. And I thank God for Reverend Williams on this last past Saturday, and Supervisor Petty joined in, as well as other officials that came for his seminar on mental health. It was very valuable because we may look strong on the outside, but we are clergy, men and women of a very tender heart for God's people. And for you to take the time out to just honor clergy, our heart has been made glad. Sometimes we seem like and feel like we've been overlooked, that no one cares. Thank God for our Ministers Alliance, that we can support and lift up one another, only in prayer and through conversation. We need one another. So we thank you once again, and we receive that with great honors. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. All right. Thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Wait a second. We've got more pastors here than you passed on an opportunity to speak with praise and gratitude that we all have for you. This is a miracle. We just cut a half hour of time on our meetings today. And thank you. I want to thank and recognize, and it is Pray for Your Pastor Month in America. And I had the distinct honor to be present when my friend Dwight, pastor, and Bishop Williams did host a seminar on health for our pastors. And we know we had Kaiser Permanente and others come in and speak. And to reflect and also shift to that moment in time when we can pause and have a day like today and recognize our pastors and the contributions you have and the difficulties and how often we go to the pastors and on a weekly, on daily basis, oftentimes you're giving positive messages and a positive meaning to some of the challenges that we all might face to see past that obstacle that's in front of us on a daily and again weekly basis. But what's happening in your own lives? What challenges, what health risks, what hardships? How rarely do we stop and say, Pastor, what do you need? How are things for you? Who consults the pastor? You may turn to each other, you may find strength with each other, and thankfully you have that. But we do recognize and we do appreciate it's not just the month nor just a time of recognition, just like for Mary Nichols to be here and recognizing caregivers. These are essential services to a community. And if we look back on the biblical sense, we oftentimes you hear numerous references of shepherds that took care of the flock. Well, the flock fed the community. And that's what the pastors do. That's what our religious leaders do, is you're a voice, you're a strength. And from within those buildings, within the rooms, within the halls, within those meetings, within those gatherings, are the strength and the values that we bring back out into the community. And we renew and we refresh through our pastors and through our faith. So I thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you, New Genesis, for sponsoring what's going to be an annual recognition and support in the month of October. I think next year's was October 21. I've already marked that date down, and I'm going to remember that, so I'll be present for that as well. And I'm going to finish, Chairman, if you will, with a brief prayer, because this is Pray for Your Pastor Month. And dear Father, I thank you for our pastor, leaders, and church, and the blessings they bring to the congregation and our community. I pray that you will help them to walk in determination, steadfastness, and endurance. Give them the strength to finish what they have started and endure to the end, just as Christ endured the cross. Amen. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. You are all community infrastructure for our residents. They depend on you the same way they depend on safe roads and public safety officers. You are integral, and we cannot do our job alone, and we do depend on you. Many of you are partners with departments in the county to help deliver safety net services to our residents. During COVID, many of you stepped up and opened up food pantries and provided other really critical services for your parishioners. We may not say it every day, but we do feel it in our hearts, and we do count on you, and as do the residents of our cities and our counties. So thank you. Know that we do pray for you, and that we wish you continued success in all that you do.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here. I know, Dwight, we talked earlier, and I follow you very closely, more than you probably realize, on social media, and so I see the good things that all of you do, and my faith is very, very important to me. And, you mentioned prayer and, the public and private expression of our faith in God through prayer, is a fundamental part of our heritage. And we are blessed with the freedom that is denied to so many in the world. So let us all remember that the blessings is also an obligation to our faith, to liberty, and dignity handed down from all of our forefathers, and an obligation to the children of the world whose future will be shaped by the lives that we lived here today. And that wouldn't be possible without you folks sitting here or standing here in front of us. And as Supervisor Patty mentioned, this isn't just a one-day a week occurrence, on a Sunday, but all of you are available 24/7. And I don't think many people realize, the phone calls I imagine that you get in the middle of a night from a crying parent, son, father, mother, whoever it may be, seeking your advice and help and comfort. And for that, I say thank you. Thank you for being a part of our community. Thank you for making our community stronger, because there is not a doubt that faith makes our community stronger, makes people stronger. So for that, thank you, and God bless each and every one of you.
Well, I want to say that I've had the pleasure of having close friendship with pastors in the past, and it's been touched upon by others. But, pastors are put on a pedestal. They are looked at as oftentimes the solution because of your direct connection with God, that you can solve almost any problem through faith and prayer. But I also know that oftentimes your position is kind of a lonely one, because who do you go to other than God? Who do you go to on earth in regards to sharing the hurts that you feel, the challenges, the frustration? You have all the emotions that we have, but you get it multiplied probably by thousands of requests on an annual basis. And so I've always looked at spiritual leaders as being some of the strongest individuals you can find on earth, because you have to carry a tremendous burden. And not also to consider that you have your own struggles in regards to challenges. You all have families and spouses, et cetera. And so on a daily basis, you are challenged. And it isn't an 8 to 5 Monday through Friday job. It's 24/7. And you never know when you're going to get that call in the middle of the night where somebody has maybe lost a loved one, or there's some kind of maybe addiction problem or jail or whatever. And you drop everything of what's happening and you take care of that. So I just want to thank all of you, and certainly all pastors and all spiritual leaders within the county who take it upon themselves to actually make a difference in our communities, because without you, obviously most of us would be leaderless and left to our own devices, which is always a catastrophe. So again, thank all of you. Certainly for all those in our county, we recognize them and thank them for their service. So again, you do a great job, and we certainly appreciate it from the board and certainly all the residents of the county. So thank you very much. And with that, I'll present. Miguel, you want to stay down here? And present you with this proclamation. Go ahead. Rochelle?
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the recognition of Troop 2223, First Female Eagle Scout from Tracy Adeline Pavlinsky. And Ms. Pavlinsky is participating via Teams this morning as she's relocated to Kentucky. And I just want to confirm before we continue, Ms. Pavlinsky, are you able to hear us? Good morning, thank you. I know that there's a bit of a delay, but I'm going to go ahead and read the certificate of recognition now. This certificate of recognition is presented to Adeline Pavlinsky in recognition of being the first inaugural class of female Eagle Scouts in the city of Tracy, demonstrating outstanding achievement and exceptional leadership ability as evidenced by your attainment of the rank of Eagle Scout. Congratulations, presented this date of October 18th, 2022. Chairman Nguyen?
Thank you. Is she on the line? Is she willing to make a statement or a comment?
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, I'm not really sure what to say, but I really appreciate everything that you guys do, and I appreciate this a lot.
Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Laputa.
Yes, I just want to say congratulations. I know it's a huge honor, and I know how hard you worked to achieve this status, so congratulations. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller?
Yeah, I would just say, Adeline, way to go. I have a brother that made Eagle Scout, and I know how hard and how much work and how much time you put into this, and you're really setting a great example for a lot of other scouts in San Joaquin County. So thanks for leading the way.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Adeline, it's fantastic that you were able to accomplish this. These are many personal challenges and benchmarks for yourself, and we have another Eagle Scout here. Not only are you pioneers as a young lady doing this, but in addition to your own personal growth, your contribution to your community, wherever you live, is a great example of how to live a purposeful and meaningful life. And I'm sure this is going to be one of the many accomplishments that you have in your life. And congratulations for this achievement thus far. And we look forward to paying attention and catching what you do next. So thank you, Adeline.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Adeline, thanks for being here with today. How's Kentucky treating you?
Definitely a lot colder.
Make sure hey, you can never leave Tracy, so you'll be back. But I know I sent you a letter and a certificate from my office, and I was so excited to hear the news. I mean, groundbreaking. Congratulations on a job well done. But I just want to read, a portion of the letter that I sent. Like I said, congratulations on earning Eagle Scout, the highest rank in scouting. I know myself, I was a Cub Scout and a Boy Scout in Tracy when I had hair back when I was a lot younger. It is said that once you become an Eagle Scout, you always are an Eagle Scout and continue to demonstrate those qualities every day of your life. In the words of the Eagle Scout promise, you do your best each day to make your training an example. Your rank and your influence count strongly for better scouting and for better citizenship in your troop, in your community, and in your contact with other people. You and your family should take great pride in your accomplishments and in your service to the community. So again, congratulations to you. Congratulations to your parents for raising such a wonderful daughter. And God bless you.
Adeline, this is Chair Nguyen. I want to congratulate you not only with your achievement, but certainly with the accomplishments you made in your life. I don't remember the exact statistic. Maybe one of the scout leaders would remind me, but it seems to me that the large percentage, if not all, of the first astronauts were Eagle Scouts, and that was a challenge, obviously, that was never offered before. to members of our country. But Adeline, I want to say that it is a tremendous accomplishment for anyone to achieve that particular goal. I also would say from the Eagle Scouts that I've known that they go on to great success, whether it be academically or professionally or just personally. So I want to thank you for certainly your accomplishment and being a role model, because oftentimes in our country today, oftentimes youth is portrayed in a negative way. And obviously you counteract that with your accomplishments. So again, congratulations. Rochelle.
Thank you, Chairman. And we do have Scoutmaster Paul Acosta, Troop 2223, here today, along with our next recognition, who will be receiving Ms. Pavlinsky's recognition, and that she receives that. So next we have the recognition of Troop 2223, first female Eagle Scout in Stockton, Amy Acosta, and I would like to invite her and her family down to the podium to receive this recognition. Which, as you heard a minute ago, reads, Certificate of Recognition is presented to Amy Acosta in recognition of being the first inaugural class of female Eagle Scouts in the city of Stockton, demonstrating outstanding achievement and exceptional leadership ability as evidenced by your attainment of the rank of Eagle Scout. Congratulations, presented this date of October 18th, 2022.
Amy, the floor is yours.
Well, first, I just wanted to thank the board for taking time and inviting me here today. This is a big achievement in my life, and I just wanted to say that I'm really thankful for all the support that the community has given me. I couldn't have been here without that support. So,
thank you. Supervisor Miller.
I'm just going to say again what I said to Adeline. This is a great achievement. I know you've worked really hard, and I know it took a lot of support from your family as well as the community to get here. But you've not only achieved this for yourself, you're setting just a really amazing example for other female scouts in San Joaquin County. So I know whatever you go on to do, you'll be successful. So congratulations.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. It's very interesting in this example of your character and your strength that your parents let you come up here by yourself and stand on your own in front of what could seemingly be a nervous or intimidating situation, which it's not. Obviously, it's all friendly, and we're here to recognize your accomplishments. But it just shows the fantastic leadership that your parents have enabled you to demonstrate. You've made choices. You've put in hard work, and you've seen friends that other people that were maybe along this journey that faded off, and they didn't accomplish the things you did. And there were challenges, and some things you accomplished better than others, and some things others may have done better than you, but you kept going forward day by day and accomplishing new benchmarks for your own life. And the merits of accomplishment are on the ribbons that you wear. So congratulations on all of that. And this is just the beginning of a long journey of life that's full of many challenges, lots of disappointments, and a lot of issues that will arise that are unfair. But with your strong character that you're demonstrating today and through your achievements, you're going to be successful. And we're looking forward to that because we're currently in this position, but one day you could too as well. So thank you for all that you've accomplished and all that you're demonstrating as a young lady and as an active member in your community. Congratulations.
Supervisor Villaputa.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say congratulations again. It's an amazing task. It's going to set you up for life, teaching you all the right principles, and you're going to do wonderful. Congratulations.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I know we talked. I said hi earlier, and so congratulations. And as I mentioned before, you know, you are an Eagle Scout, and you always are an Eagle Scout, and make sure you continue to demonstrate those qualities, you know, every day of your life. You know, I think we're all, or I shouldn't say I know, we're all proud of your leadership, dedication, and service to others that you have demonstrated in earning your Eagle Scout Award. I mean, you look at all those patches and the countless hours and time that you have away from your family, your friends. And those are all earned. They're not given to you by any means. And you're just a great example of our youth. And as our chair was talking about, a very small percentage reach this milestone of Eagle Scout. And, you talk to, I know many folks, including myself, as I mentioned before, the Cub Scouts or Boy Scouts that stop there, that don't push it and take that other extra step like you did. But remember, too, is that, you reach this point in your life as an Eagle Scout, keep on pushing harder and harder and harder and become more successful than you'll ever be. And I can't wait to see what you accomplish. You accomplish this at such a young age, and I can't wait to see what's in your future. So again, congratulations. We're all very proud of you, and God bless you.
Chairman, may I say a few words real fast? I forgot.
Yeah.
As I look at our sheriff, I think about the cadet program we have that if you're interested in a career in law enforcement, our cadet program, you can start at 18 years old and you can have an incredible future, just for the record.
Well, I would say, as my peers have already said, thank you for your accomplishment and your role model, certainly for other youth. And I would suspect that obviously this is a great achievement. And I was just noticing all the awards and patches that you received. I venture to say every one of those you can look down and recall what it took to achieve that particular goal. And it looks like there was a ton of them. But on the other side of it, as a young woman, and I know that the Scout program is extremely important to you, I would suspect that probably other aspects of your life are just as successful. And I would agree with my fellow supervisors from the standpoint that based upon this accomplishment, and I'm sure other accomplishments that you've achieved in your life, that you will go on to greatness in whatever you pursue. So again, you are a role model for our youth. You have great potential and opportunities based upon certainly who you are and what you've already done. And we look forward to seeing your accomplishments in the future, no matter what they are. I'm sure they'll be tremendous. So thank you again, and thank you for your commitment to improving, because I know the Scout program builds character and a lot of other things that make you an integral part of our county and certainly our country. So thank you again. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Rochelle.
Thank you, Chairman Wynn. Next, we have the commendation of our own San Joaquin County Purchasing Department's 2022 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award. And I would like to invite the Purchasing Department down to the podium to receive this commendation, which reads, whereas to recognize the significant role that public procurement professionals have in assuring the efficient use of taxpayer dollars by the effective and ethical use of procurement practices, the National Procurement Institute established the Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award, also known as the AEP Award. And whereas the AEP Award recognizes organizational excellence in public or nonprofit procurement based on high scores achieved from standardized national criteria, including ethics, training, innovation, continuous improvement, contractual development, professional certifications, e-procurement, leadership in the industry, and many more. And whereas the San Joaquin County Purchasing and Support Services Department was awarded the AEP Award for 8 consecutive years for its demonstrated excellence in public procurement practices, and is one of 171 agencies throughout the United States and Canada, and one of only 36 counties to receive the award. And whereas the county's procurement professionals are responsible for the purchasing of goods and services, contract execution, bids and requests for proposals, as well as developing procurement strategies to obtain the best product or service at the best price. And whereas this AEP award is a great honor for San Joaquin County and serves as a benchmark for the achievement of continuous improvement. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby commend San Joaquin County's Purchasing and Support Services Department for being awarded the 2022 National Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award and recognize the outstanding efforts of the department staff who work so continuously to fulfill the county's procurement needs. Presented this 18th day of October 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you. Dr. Cherry.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. I did want to mention Supervisor Rickman. As a Boy Scout previously, I still have a little bit left. Again, thank you. It's an honor to be here today to accept this award. I'm so proud of my entire team. I would like to thank Chairman Nguyen and the board for the opportunity to highlight this achievement. I also want to thank County Administrator and his office for their continued support. Not only do I represent San Joaquin County, I'm also the 2022-2023 California Association of Public Procurement Officials President, which is the oldest nonprofit public association in North America. So I'm proud to also sit on that board and represent San Joaquin County as one of the 58 counties in California. But I really want to recognize my Purchasing Support Services team. Their commitment to delivering services to our departments and the county as a whole is exemplary. Although I don't believe anyone on my team is an actual magician, I have seen him pull a rabbit out of a hat once or twice to meet department needs. Our job often does not make us popular with departments or vendors. We constantly walk the fine line between county interests, governing codes, ethics, and the local business community. We constantly find ourselves in the role of the messenger, advising bidders that they may not have been successful with a bid or proposal, advising departments that the steps that are required for a contract to be compliant with the government code, and also departments heads to let them know, hey, there's another board packet that's needed. Nevertheless, the Purchasing and Support Services team continuously strive to provide high levels of customer service, professionalism, whether it's managing the county's bids, proposals, delivering mail, meeting department printing needs, surplus, and record storage requirements. In fact, I believe that a problem is an opportunity only waiting on a solution. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize the partnership that we have with County Council, Risk Management, and all the other county departments that we support in meeting their needs. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Lourdes Dean. Ms. Dean she did all the heavy lifting for all 8 of them. That's a lot of data gathering, the structuring, the formatting of the data to make a successful submittal and award of the application. Chairman Nguyen and members of the board, I'm honored to accept this award on behalf of San Joaquin County and the hardworking Purchasing and Support Services team. This award would not be possible without their continued dedication and support.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. All right. Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want to say congratulations to you and your team. It's quite an honor, and I know how hard you guys work, and you're always looking out for the county and the interest of our community, and thank you very much.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you again, Chair. Congratulations to the team, all the hard work you put in. Oftentimes you work behind the scenes and move things along and get things done. I know that we have a lot of challenges, and I know that we also have instances locally we're trying to reinvent how we're engaging with local vendors so that they're getting jobs versus them going to out-of-town or out-of-state companies. So we're looking forward to that measurement of accomplishment next, and hopefully sooner than later, since we're losing local dollars to businesses that are outside of our region. So thank you on this accomplishment, and we look forward to the next.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Congratulations to your entire team. And Mr. Cherry, you're correct. You do have to walk a really fine line. And I know that it is sometimes difficult. You have a lot of pressure from both sides. But for us to be able to state honestly to our constituents, to the taxpayers of San Joaquin County, that we are being good stewards of their hard-earned tax dollars, you're the folks that help us be able to say that, because you do keep us in line. You make sure that we are following the rules, we are staying on the right side of government codes, and we are doing whatever it's possible for us to do to benefit our constituents here in San Joaquin County. So thank you for the courage that sometimes takes. And thank you for all your hard work, day in and day out. This is a huge organization, and the job that you do is really critically important. So thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Eric, thank you, and thank your team, the purchasing and support service team, all the men and women that are part of that. When I was reading this commendation, I mean, it just, wow. I mean, it's so impressive. I just want to repeat for everybody one more time, award the AEP award for 8 consecutive years, and one of 171 agencies in the United States and Canada, and one of only 36 counties to receive the award, and awarded the 2022 National Achievement Excellence Procurement Award. That is outstanding. I mean, all the hard work, dedication, and commitment to the residents and this organization and, San Joaquin County. I mean, keep up the great work. You guys are machines, So thank you for your hard work. We appreciate it, and God bless you guys.
I want to make a final comment. It's been touched upon. I think that it is a challenging job. I know there's a lot of input that you receive in regards to the requests for procurement for items that departments ask for, or even supervisors. But I do commend you in regards to making sure that you follow all the rules and make sure that all those purchases are done appropriately, because I know anything dealing with money is looked at under a microscope. So by virtue of your integrity and certainly your diligence, we are, as Vice Chair Rickman talked about, we are head and shoulders above most other procurement agencies throughout the country. The other part of it is one of the things that I appreciate being a representative of the county, especially when I go to various conferences with other supervisors or even, city council members, mayors, et cetera, is that oftentimes we have discussions in regards to a variety of subjects, and sometimes it touches upon, purchasing, and as Supervisor Patty talked about in regards to local purchases. I just, from my vantage point, I think you've done a tremendous job in reaching out to our local vendors to make sure that they receive as much as they can that they qualify for. So again, I think you've made progress, and obviously there's more progress to be made in the future. But nonetheless, I think you're doing everything we've asked you to do, and certainly your staff, who is kind of the on the ground, so to speak, on a daily basis, taking care of the county and its residents, which is important. So again, as Vice Chair Rickman talked about, it is a phenomenal achievement, and you make us proud. And to be honest with you, I can't tell you how many times we've made recognition of our departments in regards to their awards. So it's a great county to work for, because we have great employees who do a tremendous job. So again, thank you and congratulations. So with that, I'll give you, and I want all of you to come over.
And I did want to mention that it's the team. It's not, I wouldn't be able to do it without them at all.
I agree, totally. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the agenda, now is public comment. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors not listed on the agenda, and minutes, appointments, consent calendar, and closed session items. Request that you fill out a comment form, which I have here. If you want to address the board in person, there's a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There is a device on the podium with the green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 minutes before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of the board members to discuss matters on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask you refrain from personal attacks during the comments, that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors and not the audience. So moving on, Carla Hune.
Good morning, board. I'm happy to be here. And just correction, you said we had 30 minutes, so could I take advantage of that?
3 minutes, I'm sorry.
I'm like, I can do that, you know that.
I know.
So I've just got different things to point out today. The Stockton Water Board ballot has me concerned. So we're doing a supplemental. You can't do it in a polling place. So what if you mail it in, and then you get to your polling place to vote in person, and they say you already voted because of that supplement? I'm concerned about that. The other thing is that according to California election law, when you first time register, you have to show a driver's license as ID, ironic. And also when you re-register, you have to put a copy of your driver's license or billing in with your new registration. Are we doing that? I don't know. Then the other thing is on the rolls, we've been finding people are voting out of empty lots. They are voting and they've been dead for 10 years. I suggest we do something about that. And then why don't we do an experiment? Let all of us count the ballots, whether they're mail ballots or precinct ballots. Let us count them. We'll do that for free and then run them through the machines and do both. Thank you.
Thank you. Martha Snyder.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen, members of the board. San Joaquin County veterans continue to face challenges receiving adequate access to earned benefits. Both the VSO, the Veteran Service Office, and the Veteran Advisory Commission lack the capacity to provide services. Veteran Advisory Commission has not met since August. Making a quorum is next to impossible as the group only has 2 to 3 seated members. No quorum means not being able to forward for November veteran recognition names. There are only 2 months left after October, and it's not likely that the October 25th meeting will happen. Chances are good that the Veteran Advisory Commission will not have a quorum to meet. Another veterans meeting, I found out this morning, is scheduled for the very same day and same time, and it's posed as a veteran town hall meeting that will be held at my post, Carl Ross Post 16. Chances are veterans will go to that meeting if indeed the Veteran Advisory Commission meeting still meets in Ripon on the 25th, because the town hall meeting will be better publicized. There is an opportunity for a temporary relocation of the Veteran Service Office in the works, thanks to Legionnaire Rupert Rivera of Carl Ross Post 16. To move forward, we need San Joaquin County agency involvement. Would it not be good to get a better place for the VSO until the new permanent location in Fringe Camp is ready in 2024? Communication is vital. Communication with county veterans seems to be the greatest support needed. Many county veterans are not tech savvy, and even if they were, finding it on a website or finding it posted in social media is next to impossible. Could we look to utilizing public service announcements on TV and radio for important veteran events? While there may be privacy rules that make communicating with veterans directly by mail from San Joaquin County agencies, relying solely on struggling veteran groups to spread the word is not support. It's a burden. In the county, we have American Legion posts on the verge of closure due to lack of support. Veterans want to help you, help us, yet without a vibrant VSO and VAC, we are at a loss of how to proceed with our mission, which is veterans helping veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly Watkins.
Morning.
Morning.
The logic and accuracy test last week or 2 weeks ago was kind of disappointing. It lacked a lot of science in the procedure that it was done in. It was kind of lackadaisical. And of course, it lacked accuracy. And so then we move on to the Stockton East water ballots, and those were not tested. So when will those be tested? Because by code law, all of the ballots are supposed to be tested in this procedure. You formed an integrity committee, and none of you attended the logic and accuracy test. I would have hoped that your committee would have attended that test and then reported back to you. But the committee doesn't seem to be doing what it's supposed to do. So with that, we have no logic and we have no accuracy. Thank you.
Dennis Cochran. Okay. Melanie Knott.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Board of Supervisors. Excuse me. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm again here today to speak about election integrity. I thought I would have a prepared speech or a prepared comment. I don't have a prepared comment. I just have a lot of questions. And in being selected or appointed to be a part of the Election Integrity Committee, I've gone to a couple of things. I was actually at the logic and accuracy testing. And I thank you to the ROV and their office for making it public and inviting us. I just still have a lot of questions. Too many to put down to actually get answers in a 3-minute time frame. I still have questions from the questions that I asked from my own public comments. There are people who say that we have unsecure elections, that we have selections and not elections. And we've had people who've come, I've listened to the ROV's presentation. They've provided a lot of answers that the answers are, to me, seem very surface. They're not, my questions aren't being answered. And it leaves me with more questions. And so I thank the board for the committee, and I thank the ROV office for their work. We're not getting a whole lot of answers. Where I'm involved, I can touch and feel the paper. I can look and see prior to. We're in a current election right now, but the election committee, we're not meeting. And this is, to me, the perfect time for us to get hands-on, get involved, get our hands dirty to see these things. And we're not being allowed to do that. We're not going to meet until January. And that's an issue. So for me, the biggest thing that I feel that I can do today is continue to highlight the things that I've had concerns about. One of the things I've said that I still believe hasn't been answered is a full forensic audit of the 2020 elections. I've heard that that's practically impossible, but I'm going to still highlight it. We need to have a full audit, full forensic audit of the 2020 elections. Our voter rolls, voter registration rolls, they need to be cleaned up. Can you help us with that? No more universal mail-in ballots. I'm someone who just recently started voting, and my time is up.
You can finish your sentence. Go ahead.
What I would say is, we said that we can't go to one-day voting. We can do it. We've got to just put our minds together. We've got a lot of intelligent people here. We need to put our minds together. We need to put our skill sets together. We can do this together. And I've always said, get rid of the machines. They say that they're hackable, and then when someone comes in, and an expert comes in and tells us that it can't be hacked. Well, which is it? And also, it's important. Vote in person. Be a VIP the day of the election. Thank you for the extra time.
Yeah. Anyone else? Okay. Rochelle?
Thank you. The first written comment was submitted anonymously and writes, how are you going to determine the cost of election for the Stockton East Water District, and who's going to pay for the extra cost? You cannot charge the district for a standalone election because it was supposed to be combined. In addition, you cannot charge the district for more than the 2 divisions that were on the initial ballot. So who is going to pay for all the extra costs? The taxpayers will. Dear board members, no one can blame you for not knowing all about the election process, but you are blamed for not doing your due diligence by not going through normal process of hiring a qualified ROV, and then for believing everything she says without checking with outside election experts. You knew she does not have enough experience. You do not open the position for individuals with the right qualifications to apply, and you did not do a thorough background check on the ROV. The CAO is bending backwards trying to cover up the mistakes of an unqualified ROV. San Joaquin County deserves better than this. The next comment was also submitted anonymously and writes, it is shocking to see that San Joaquin County BOS appointed an unqualified person for an on-the-job training position as an ROV. She has made a mockery of the election system while lying to the board and on her media interviews. In her attempt to laugh off her mistakes, she made a statement to the board saying on behalf of her staff, quote, at least it wasn't another ballot barcode problem, end quote. Putting on a show for the board should not be the basis of her to qualifying for or holding her position as an ROV. Chairman Wynn's response to her saying that we all make mistakes is not excusable. The board is acting so gullible. If the board is serious, it should hire an out-of-county election consultant to attend these board meetings and observe the election instead of relying on a registrar who tries to whitewash her mistakes and take the role of an election consultant to the board. The next comment was also submitted anonymously and writes, facts. Number 1, Stockton East Water District, SCWD, bylaws state that candidates qualify by division and get elected at large. 2, the redistricting process has nothing to do with the mistake of setting up the CEWD candidates to be elected by division. Redistricting changes the boundaries of districts and divisions. Setting up an election to be by division or at large is a different process. 3, misunderstood or not, no communication with the district can change how the candidates get elected unless a resolution is submitted by the district making such a request and approved by the SJC BOS. 4, the ROV stated to KCRA that she caught the mistake, but this was not the case. An incumbent called ROV questioning why the contest was not on the ballot. 5, per EC 13303A, a 13400, a sample ballot facsimile, exact copy of the ballot without the watermark, must be provided to the voters. A sample of the supplemental ballot was not provided by ROV. 6, many SCWD voters will vote the first ballot and ignore the supplemental ballot. The supplemental ballot arrived days later, despite what the ROV stated to the board. 7, many SCWD voters may end up stuffing both ballots into only one of the return envelopes or switch the envelopes regardless of provided instructions. Ballots stuffed in the wrong envelope cannot be counted. 8, local districts combine their elections with major elections for 2 reasons, none of which was accomplished. A, lower election costs, and B, higher voter turnout. The next comment was submitted by Alex Alfarius, who writes, I am disappointed that I received no answer from my public records request dated September 30th, 2022 to the Register of Voters. As of Tuesday, October 18th, 2022, that's 13 days of no answer. In the name of transparency, I need answers to my 4 questions of inquiry. Does the County of San Joaquin County care for the Brown Act? Why do you not follow the Brown Act regarding public records requests? By the way, the Board of Supervisors need to ban the voting machines because computer scientists have proven they are hackable. We need to return to hand-counted paper ballots at the polls. Over 100 counties across various U.S. states have voted to ban the voting machines. Did you hear about Connect CEO Eugene Yu being arrested over storing and stealing U.S. election data on communist Chinese servers? Is our election system really secure? The next comment was submitted by Jim Shoemaker, who writes, "Good morning, Board. As there is nothing on the agenda about voter integrity, I thought I'd bring that up. Our county ROV department seems to have shown their incompetence by doing the only job they're responsible for, to get the ballots out, and those ballots are missing numerous districts that requires votes or people on the ballot that are missing. If you believe our election is going to go without a hitch, you're mistaken. The responsibility of the board is the oversight of this department so that we have fair elections. I'm telling everybody to get out and vote, but to vote on election day. I would request the board step up its oversight of this department, the best that you can, so that the people of this county can feel as though you have done the best job you can. I encourage everyone to get out and vote and pray that our county workers will count the ballots fairly. I still believe you need to get rid of the machines and hand count the ballots. Thank you." The next comment was submitted by Joni Shoemaker, who writes, "Good morning, Board. I noticed nothing was mentioned on the agenda about voter integrity. When will we be hearing again from the ROV about the many questions and concerns mentioned several weeks ago after her presentation? The board seriously needs to hold the position and staff more accountable. We're already hearing of items not included on the ballots that should have been. Yikes. This is not acceptable, and ask that you will take real-time action to help us regain our trust in the system and once again have honest and fair elections. I'm convinced the only way to establish that trust is to stop use of all machines and count ballots by hand. We all know it's possible. I encourage everyone to vote, but wait to do it on Election Day, November 8th. Thank you." The next comment was submitted by Joe Ferrari, who writes, "Logic and accuracy test observers said that the ROV test failed. Since it failed, it should be immediately barred from use. Supervisors immediately return to hand count, which is the way to solve all trust issues the county has with its voters. Never go back to the machines. I encourage all voters to vote the day of the election in person. Why does the ROV have such a bad track record when it comes to printing ballots? Is this coincidence or a new tool? 3 times it's recently happened in the county. The water district races on our, quote, parallel election, which they, quote, screwed up on, weren't even in the primary ballots. Has anyone heard of a parallel election? Does Mommy, I got 2 ballots in the mail sound legit? Isn't there at least one person whole simply task it is to verify 4 names? Incredible. This is beyond odd. Why can't you turn these parallel ballots in at your local polling place? Only at ROV office or mail-in. Sounds like a ruse to make you mail it in early, as it can be a pain to drive to ROV office. Early voting gives time for the cheaters to know how many votes voted in person so they can invent fake votes to cancel yours out. Please vote. Drive all your ballots in person, even if it's a pain." The next comment was submitted by Rochelle Cole, who writes, "Good morning, board members. I'm writing you again this morning to address the misappropriated funds that are still being used to perpetrate this false COVID narrative. The millions of dollars being funneled through this county is ridiculous. All we are simply asking for is for you guys to stop the COVID charade and start putting money back into the community, like at our home ice rink, Oak Park. While we got new ice in 2020, the ceilings are still falling through. Only 2 out of the 4 heaters work, and there is a central hub for children's sports, so we are asking for the county to put the money back into our county, not to hire paid assistants, as Ms. Miller has done, as parents who work so hard to provide our children the opportunity to play ice hockey. And it's really sad when our rink is considered the worst rink in the league. Parents would rather travel to Oakland in an unsafe area to play versus coming to Oak Park, which I guess is no longer really safe anymore either. Truth is, we have to walk out of an ice rink with protection and fear of a homeless person who is not mentally sound and could attack at any time, not to mention the park is littered with drug users and paraphernalia, and the parking lots reek of urine and feces. We could do better, so why aren't you?" The next comment was submitted by Ryder Ford, who writes, Good morning, board members. I'm writing in again to address the situation at my ice rink at Oak Park. I'm not sure if you guys have done the proper research, but COVID is not an emergency, so I don't understand when I drive around with my mom, I still see COVID testing sites and places for people to get a free vaccine. I'm not sure if this county has missed the memo, but the people who are spreading COVID are the people who are vaccinated. So maybe if we stop the testing and mass vaccinations, we won't have this problem anymore. And instead of spending countless dollars on a false narrative, we could start putting the money to some good use, like at my ice rink. Are you aware that only 2 out of our 6 heaters work, and that the ceiling is actually falling down inside the lobby? Wires are hanging out, and I have been to the county building several times, and I am amazed by the architectural design and the beauty of the building. And then I walk into my ice rink, and I wonder why it is that the county gets to have a beautiful building, but a place that is a central hub for children and families is left to crumble. I could only imagine how amazing our ice rink could be if we spent the kind of money that was spent on the county building. Thank you for your time. The next comment was submitted by Robert, who writes, "Good morning, government puppets. First, I want to address the fact that I wrote in 2 comments last week and they were not read. Number 1, Tom, we will not get over and we will not move on. We want honest elections. Are you aware of them reprinting ballots and people receiving multiple ballots, but trust the expletive process? 2, you will need to stop with your good old boys club covering up for each other. We all know you are corrupt as expletive. Tom doesn't want information released to the public because he knows it's damaging. Number 3, Miguel, stand on your own and do what's right. You seem to be trying, but you keep letting the other 2 fools sway you. Number 4, whatever happened to ending the state of emergency? We are still playing the COVID game for money. The problem is that it is not a game. This affected real people in real lives. What lame expletive excuse will you make when the truth is out? Participating in genocide games, they pay you play. Sick expletive justice will be served." And for the record, Chairman, we did receive 2 public comments by Robert during the last meeting, but it was after the public comment period, so they were not read into the record.
Thank you.
The next comment was submitted by Allie, who writes, "Remember, our schools were financially incentivized to mandate masks, testing, and so-called vaccines for our children. Hundreds of millions were paid to schools. Schools have been complicit in the abuse of children. Following so-called government and public health guidelines, none stood up against it, and no one protected them. School boards are criminals. Thank you, board, for facilitating and selling out the people you were supposed to represent and protect. Claiming ignorance and will not spare you." And the last public comment was submitted by Mary, who writes, "When you let money, power, and status dictate your actions, many tend to forget the life lessons taught to us through history. The Holocaust was legal, and the people who hide the Jews were criminals. Slavery was legal. The people who feed the slaves were considered criminals. Segregation, again, legal. Those who stood up for equality and justice were also considered criminals. This is a reminder that government and its laws are not a guide to human decency or morality. History repeating itself right now. You have shown us where you all stand." And Chairman, we have received 2 additional public comments. Would you like me to call them?
Yes. First of all, Mr. Cochran, we called your name earlier. Do you want to speak now?
Oh, thank you. It's nice to see you, Chuck. I've known Supervisor Wynn for a number of years, and he's always been a kind and generous man. This morning, topped it all, he said that he thought he was the oldest guy in the room. I think I got a few years on you, Chuck, so you flatter me.
I think I said the board, but that's okay. Thanks, Dennis.
The board. At any rate, no, I'm here. I wanted to give a big thank you to Supervisor Tom Patty. He's done a lot of work in the community. It hasn't been that long ago that our Rotary Club had spent quite a few $1,000s to get this World War II monument put in place at the McLeod Lake Park. But we've had a huge problem over there. The homeless people, they build fires, and when they build the fires, they throw their plastic spoons and plastic forks and plastic cups in the fires. When that melts, it becomes a part of the cement. But we had quite a few volunteers
We're over there cleaning up this melted plastic out of the cement, graffiti all over the bench, a lot of broken glass, wine bottles, and so forth. But Tom was very ambitious and quite an organizer, so I wanted to pay tribute to him for all of his work. That we did happen to find a way to get that out, though, Tom. The best part about it, when you look at all the melted plastic on the cement, like we had, but we found out if you take some dry ice and you tap it with a ball peen hammer, pop, 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 you can pop it up and it loses its grip. So, but other than that, we had a job not too long ago at the Miracle Mile. So they have some beautiful murals over right next to Valley Brew. But these guys, they went over there, sprayed aerosol paint all over the brick and all over the murals. And Tom was over there like an artist. He was mixing the colors, matching the shades, and making it disappear. And then we put a clear coat on top of it. So when they come back, we'll come back with our cleanup crew. But we had Kiwanis people, Rotary people, and that it was a great, great community event. After that, we had one a couple of months later at the Bank of Stockton. They had climbed up on the roof, and you could see it all over town. But Tom had donated his little cherry picker machine. We went up on top and had volunteers, and that got rid of it. But other than that, I think Tom's been quite a fighter for the community. He sticks up for the right things. And I would be the first one in line to say that I like you, Tom. I mean, and I like you, Chuck. And I want to see the board unified. That's what I really want. And I go back a few years. I've known some of you, like Robert. Am I done?
You finish your sentence.
Did I get the hook?
Want to finish your sentence? You can.
Huh?
You want to finish your sentence?
Okay. Robert, you're a new person I haven't met before, and so welcome aboard.
Thank you very much.
Carrie Martin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Kerry Martin, and I am a veteran. I had a contract with our country. I did my job. That contract has been passed down to you, the pinnacle of power in this county. Recently, I was appalled. I simply could not understand how veterans' issues were not responded to by this board. I can't conceive of an excuse why that contract, mine and thousands of others like me, is not respected. It's a very difficult thing to be standing here. I've been here many times, and over the years, I have reported to this body my assessment comparing the staff of various entities around this state. First-hand information. Here in San Joaquin County, the staff are tops. That has been consistent. I've traveled the length and breadth of this state. You could very easily have assigned staff to deal with the problems of the veterans in this county. Can't understand why it wasn't done, why it isn't done. It's not because of personnel. It is not because of finance. you have at your beck and call each of those. Thank you. Do your job.
Thank you, Carrie, and thank you for your leadership, not only veterans, but behavioral health. Terrence Sutfeld? I'm sorry.
Thank you. I would thank you once again for this opportunity. I will not continue, but I didn't know that we had so many veterans going to speak on today. I would have just said dittos. But I'm here because I am a veteran in the city of Stockton. I'm also a police chaplain. And the reason I say that I'm a police chaplain because we do ride-alongs in the city of Stockton as a clergy. But we see veterans that are homeless and all of their needs are not being met. I set an appointment to meet with Veteran Affairs here in Stockton, and it was to my amaze that the average appointment is 3 months out. So I asked him a question. I said, well, why is this possible? How is this possible? To my dismay, they said that they only have 4 full-time staff members. In San Joaquin County, there's 32,000 veterans in the county. In Stanislaus County, there's 22,000 veterans in that county. They have 8 staffs. We have 500 veterans in the San Joaquin counties going to Modesto. I just received a text from one of the veterans that is just finished his appointment in Modesto. And I don't understand. I don't know what we need to do, what I need to do, or to see if this can be fixed. We serve our country, and I know that this is not something that you do. Sometimes we so bogged down with a bunch of affairs that we have a tendency not to. We're blinded by all that are coming at us. But I know that you're good people. I know that you are concerned. I know that you are capable of making something happen for our veterans in the city, on the state and the county of San Joaquin County. 32 veterans, 4 full-time staff members. King County has only 9 veterans, 9,000 veterans in that county, yet they have full staff. So I'm just asking you to really consider, see what we can do to come up to standards for those who have served our country, those that went to war, those that have lost limbs, those that have struggling with post-traumatic stress. I know that you can, and I know that you will. And I want to thank you in advance for what you're going to do and what you've already done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes. Rochelle?
After Ms. Barrett, but after everyone's finished, we have received 2 new written public comments.
Okay, thank you.
Barrett, I didn't know the veterans were going to be speaking today, but I just want to say this. Have any of you gone over to this building? I went over there one day with a friend of mine who's a veteran to speak to the director, and I was dumbfounded because you walk in this door and there's these cubicles. They're like right there. And I was listening to this man speak about 4 employees, and I said, I don't think they can put any more in there. But the bottom line is, I remember when you said something about why aren't we doing more for our veterans when we were talking about homeless, and they wanted to stretch it out, and you said, oh, no, we want them off the street. We want them off as soon as possible. The bottom line is, when you go into that building, you get claustrophobic. You feel like you're being stuffed into a little sardine can. These people have fought and lost their lives for our freedom, for other countries' freedoms. We go there. They go there. I wouldn't want to go there. I'd be scared to go there. They offer their lives. Families give up their loved ones for this. But these people have done their duty, and they deserve more than most of us because they have fought and they have been sincere and committed to making sure we don't have to worry about being dragged out in the middle of the night and being slaughtered, tortured, killed. But do me a favor. Go to that building. It's right around the corner and down the street. Walk in the door and see if your stomach doesn't get tight. Now, if you're dealing with PTSD as I do, not due to war, as I do, I'll tell you, I got tense and I had to stand there waiting for a response with a friend of mine from the director. And I was like, I need to wait outside because it was tightening. It was strangulating. But I wish you would all go, just walk in there one day, just walk open, say hi, how you doing, and walk out. That's all you have to do. And see how these people have to work, the conditions that they're working under.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Yes, sir. You just state your name when you come up, please.
Hello, my name is Al Shepard, Pastor Al Shepard. And I just wanted to ask the question. You know, my house just burnt down here in Stockton, and we live in the county. On our street, it's only a block, and everybody on our block has septic systems, and the county and the city water line is only 100 yards away, but for 200 yards away. But for me to get a city line run right there, you have to pick up the bill, thousands of dollars, and then once you pay to get it there, then everybody else can kind of get in on that line. And I'm just trying to figure out why is it right in the middle of the city, where how the county kind of switches in and out right there, that the county wouldn't just run a water line 100 yards down one little block. And I can't understand how the homeowners would have to pick up that whole price if you're the only one on one block who wants to hook up to the city, and you have to pick up that whole, I just don't understand that, and it should be something done that we should get, especially in the inner city, that we should be able to have so people could get off these who want to get off these awful septic systems. I don't know if any of you guys got septic systems, but they're just awful. And we shouldn't have to pick up the whole cost to run a line 100 yards. So I just wanted to just bring that up as something that could be done. And if we got a program that would help homeowners with that, to just get the information for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, before we move on from public comment, I wanted to address the veterans, if I can have a moment.
Sure, go ahead.
I know that a lot of veterans came today because I believe there was going to be a discussion from the VSO's office or a report, as we had asked for a few meetings ago. I guess my office will come forward and schedule something. Mr. Dietrich's in the back. There seems to be an underperformance for the VSO's offices and services. I don't know why that is. I think it's abysmal. I think it's a very sad reflection on this county. Not that any of these board members were aware of it until it's been brought to our attention. We know that we've prioritized veterans in San Joaquin County as from housing to services, but we are 100% failing in what we need to do to be addressing the veterans as they stepped up and served this country honorably. Right now, this county is not servicing our veterans honorably. I'm very disappointed in that, and this is a failure in leadership from the county, and we'll be addressing this. Thank you.
Okay, Glenn Scales.
Good morning. First, giving honor to God, to the chairman, to the board, to all those that are here. I am a veteran, and it's very emotional for me. I appreciate, sir, what you have stated. I go with my wife to a restaurant or a place of business, and I ask, do you have any veteran benefits? And people that are not of this country, that are having businesses,
here, and they say, no, we do not have any benefits for veterans. I go to other places and I receive more respect with my AARP card than I do with my veteran ID. And also the police and the firemen. Something's wrong. As this gentleman stated, he had a contract with this country. I had a contract. I have PTSD. It has cost me a family. It has cost me my retirement. It has cost me every day things that would normally be done cognitively by writing a letter. It takes me 6 months to write a letter, where it takes a person to sit down and just write it out. I've been passed over and over again because I become overwhelmed very quickly. And the system does not have no room for a person like me. And there are veterans that are worse off than myself. I am a disabled, 100% service connected. I was wounded. And my taxes, my property tax, I've heard that. I'm grateful for it. Because I am a disabled veteran, I get a certain allowance on my property tax. I have not received it because now they're saying that they want to know how much I'm getting from the government. Before, when I first moved here, that wasn't even on the question. It wasn't even a question what I was receiving. Now they're asking, what am I receiving? And I just think because in other states, veterans, a disabled veteran, 100%, do not pay property tax. I can't get back what I've lost. My relationship with my first wife, my children, my family. All I'm saying is that something has to be done. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Rochelle.
Hey, Chairman, the first comment was submitted by Sam, who writes, Board, you are all continue to do a horrible job in our county, from the homeless problem, crime, to protecting your community from government thugs. You have done nothing but facilitate the fall of our community. You can clearly see that your positions are not needed. Where have the millions gone to improve the county? Do you all really think this will all be forgotten? Reality check, it won't. And the last comment was submitted by Araceli, who writes, good morning. Are you all still not going to take action on the voting process in our county? Are you not listening to the people you are supposed to represent? Nothing new, right? We all want fair, free, honest elections. You should too. No machines, one day in-person voting. There is a plethora of information of voter fraud. What bubble are you all living in? And that concludes the public comments.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else before we close it? Okay, seeing none, moving on to the next item, which are minutes for September 13th and October 4th.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Please vote.
I apologize, Chairman. I didn't see that Supervisor Patty had left the dais, so it's waiting for his vote. I can cancel this and we can do a roll call vote.
That's fine. Let's do that.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Chairman Patty? I'm sorry, Chairman Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to appointments, boards, and commissions. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Item 3.1, approve the appointment of 3 positions to the Resource Conservation District. Resource Conservation District category director 3 position numbers 5401.1 to 5401.2 and 5401.3. I recommend for appointment. Philip Balmet, position number 5401.1, William Coster, position number 5401.2, and Molly Watkins, position number 5041.3. And with that, Chair, I'll make that in the form of a motion.
Anyone second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Please vote. And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you. Consent items 1 through 23. Anyone wishing to pull any items? Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Chair, can I just have a comment on item 4 and 15?
4. Supervisor Miller.
No, thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Number 16, please, Chairman.
And I'll pull item number 14. All right, so Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And this is consent item 4, which is introduce and waive reading of an ordinance regarding the adoption of the 2022 California Building Code, Residential Code, Electric Code, Mechanical Code, Plumbing Code, Green Building Code, and Fire Code. Said ordinance to be adopted November 8th of 2022. And since local jurisdictions have until January 1st of next year, 2023, to adopt jurisdiction-specific amendments, additions, and deletions to the updated building standards, I would like to ask to continue and re-agendize this item as a discussion item instead of a consent item at our next meeting. And the reasoning behind that is when you're dealing with these kinds of code, many constituents or residents find themselves in unfortunate circumstances of finding out either when they go to make improvements on their property or through code enforcement actions that they will require to make, a lot of time costly and often prohibited additional improvements in order to accomplish what they had hoped to do. And I know I'm dealing with several of those issues right now. As a consent item, the public is less likely to be aware of these changes, and let alone the requirements of some of these codes that I mentioned before. And so I'm asking that in order to have more awareness, instead of bearing it under consent, put it into public discussion, so give people a heads up on that. And that would, I would love to make that in the form of a motion if I could get support.
County Council, I assume we can make that in form of motion now, or we have to wait till after the completion of the review?
I think you can make it as a form of a motion now.
Okay. All right, so Vice Chair Rickman, and agendize that to the next meeting, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd second that motion. Do we pull it from consent first and make a motion to move it to a discussion item at a later date?
Well, he pulled it from consent when he indicated that he wanted to speak about it. So I think you can vote on it as a motion currently.
Okay.
And then it would be eliminated from the total vote on all consent items, is that correct? Okay.
That is correct.
All right, so we have a motion second. Please vote. And the item is re-agendized for November 8th as a discussion item, correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair.
All right, item number 14, Mr. Dietrich.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen and members of the Board of Supervisors. It's my pleasure to introduce to you today Ms. Genevieve Valentine. She's my recommendation to become our next behavioral health director. As you all know, Tony Vartan left to go to Stanislaus County about 2 months ago, so we actually moved fairly rapidly to be before you today. Genevieve Valentine, somebody I know. She worked in behavioral health for a number of years, was working up in administration, and was both the deputy director over children and youth and then adult services. Left right around the beginning of the pandemic and has been the last 2 years at Merced County as the behavioral health director and the public guardian down there. So just like to have her say a few words, and I'm so pleased that she's decided to return to our county. I think I was really afraid of us losing some momentum with the transition, but I know she has the soft skills, is very eager, and I think with her taking the helm of BHS, the county is well positioned.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, County Council, and CAO Wilferding Genevieve Valentine. I want to first thank you for considering the appointment. If appointed, I do want you to know that I'm very happy about coming home. I actually served in San Joaquin County, like Mr. Dietrich said, for 6.5 years, and then got the good fortune of serving as the Behavioral Health Director in Merced, where my skill set has definitely increased based off of COVID and the other services that I had to provide as the public guardian. So I'm interested and excited about being able to come back to San Joaquin County, where I served for 6.5 years, if appointed.
All right. Thank you. Any questions?
And I just also comment, when we did the interview panel, our Behavioral Health Advisory Board Chairperson, Patricia Barrett, was also on the panel, and she just asked if she could make a few comments as well.
Okay. Patricia?
I had met Ms. Valentine. It was at an event at Victory Park, Rise Above the Stigma. Ms. Valentine expressed this energy to me. Wow, where'd she come from, right? So several years after that, I ran into her, and she displayed this very businesslike woman to this cowgirl outfit. And I went, wow, how exciting that can be, that you can just be who you are, you know what I mean, without the stigma. But when I interviewed her in the panel, the commitment, the sincerity, the empathy, the knowledge, the experience, you know, I was like, oh no, this is like a 3-year-old kid that makes you tired just watching at him run around, right? And I said, this is so great because our county needs this freshness. This county needs somebody that's going to be involved. I'm not saying that Tony wasn't. Tony did a good job. What I'm saying is, coming from that period, I just see Ms. Valentine as this, let's go and let's improve our services. And I want to thank you because I'm hoping you're appointing her, and I do want to jump the gun and say, welcome.
Thank you, Patricia. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome aboard, and this is fantastic to have you home with more experience and ambition to pick up that department and continue forward. As I'm sure you're aware, and I'm certain that Mr. Dietrich will discuss with you, the board has asked, I know that I voiced, and then I believe the rest of the board would share the same concern, that we would be coming forward, and we've seen recently the fruition of efforts for outreach on fentanyl deaths, a lot of the risks and concerns here regionally and for the explosion nationwide. Just statistically, and for the people that are perhaps unaware, thanks to a recent forum hosted by the county in conjunction with the Department of Education from the county Department of Education, we had a forum and numbers were daunting. And 5 years ago, there was 3 fentanyl deaths. 2 years ago, there was 50 fentanyl deaths in San Joaquin County. This last year is over 100. So we have a escalating crisis unfolding, and we know these drugs are being masqueraded. We know that they're being infused. There's all sorts of risks that you're as aware of as anyone else. So I've asked, and I know the board believes that we need to get ahead of this as much as possible. So any ambitious actions we can take for messaging, outreach, commercials, radio. I'm seeing some marketing about fentanyl is forever. I don't know what that means. I know fentanyl death is forever, but I don't know about fentanyl's forever. Fentanyl risk is forever, or fentanyl danger is forever. But I'm certainly looking forward to whatever we're doing and something coming back as soon as possible, because this is an escalating crisis. So thank you. Welcome aboard.
Any other questions? Comments? All right. Vice Chair Rickman.
Oh, Ms. Valentine. Thank you for being here, and depending on how this board votes, and congratulations, it's a very important position. I know I have advocated for more mental health, and this board has done the same. So mental health and alcohol and drug addiction is a top of our concern. And I look forward to seeing some of the great work you're going to do and sit down and to talk with you. So congratulations.
Supervisor Filipino.
I want to say congratulations. I'm on the behavioral health board. Look forward to working with you, and I've heard some good things. So, congratulations.
Supervisor Miller.
Yes, I'll chime in. Welcome aboard. It's great to have this position filled. It's so important, and it's such a glowing recommendation from Patricia here. That's not all that common. So, so welcome aboard. We're happy to have you part of the county team.
Again, congratulations. I know we really appreciated Tony's service when he was here. And obviously when somebody who does an extremely good job, we lose them, there's always this feeling of loss, and maybe we'll never be able to replace them. I would just say that obviously you're filling that vacancy. And I also appreciate you commenting in regards to your additional experience in Merced County that you can add to our position. I've served with Carrie Martin, who's one of the pillars in the behavioral health arena, and I would just say this, that this is an extremely critical area, not just in this county, but certainly nationwide. There's getting more and more attention and also more and more funding to accomplish the goal. So again, congratulations. We look forward to seeing all the things that you can do, as Patricia talks about, as far as your energy. And I think that's going to be a great opportunity for you and also for the county residents. So thank you again.
Thank you, Supervisors. When you do vote on it, she'll be starting hopefully November 21st, and we'll be scheduling one-on-one introductory meetings with each of you.
Great, thank you. All right, Supervisor Petty, item number 16.
Yes, Chairman. Did we skip 15? I think Supervisor Rickman pulled 15. Is that correct? Or am I missing that?
No, I pulled it, but we'll come back to it. Not a big deal.
Go ahead. 15.
You're the chair. You can do whatever you want.
well, let's do it in America.
While you guys are going over that, may I pull? Let's go back to number proclamation. It's consent item number 3. I think it's only fitting that we read this into record. We've got a proclamation. Whereas the first documented immigrants of Filipinos to the United States was the ship landing on October 18th, 1587 at Morro Bay, California, where a historical marker memorializes the event. And whereas San Joaquin County is home to more than 46,000 Filipino people, with the city of Stockton having the largest population outside of the Philippines between 1920 and 1960, adding to the rich diversity within our county. And whereas Filipino American History Month is observed during the month of October to recognize their contributions and influence to the history, culture, and achievements in San Joaquin County. And whereas the Filipino American National Historical Society's Stockton chapter promotes the understanding, education, enlightenment, appreciation, and enrichment through the gathering, identification, preservation, and the dissemination of the history and culture of Filipino Americans in the United States. Now, therefore, be resolved that in San Joaquin County, the Board of Supervisors has proclaimed October 2022 as Filipino American History Month and encourages our residents to pay tribute and learn more about their cultural heritage to celebrate the many contributions, sacrifices, and accomplishments throughout San Joaquin County. Thank you, Chairman. I thought it was fitting to read that.
Okay. And then, Vice Chairman, did you say 15?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
This is the RAD program. I just had a quick question. It just pretty much, when is it going to be available to the public? Good morning. It may seem like afternoon, but it's still morning.
So with this approval, we will go back to the DOMO who would be running it. So I've already, or my team has already started working negotiations on the next amendment. So we should be able to have it finalized by the end of this month and hopefully have it ready by November 1st. That is the goal.
Hopefully by November 1st, because I know I will be asked many a times when this is going to be available. And, thank you for doing this. This is an awesome program. I know everybody knows with COVID, it was just devastating to our small businesses in San Joaquin County. My God, the nation, they took a brunt of a lot of these restrictions and getting shut down and so on. And I know personally, I've talked to many businesses in South County, and that this RAD program saved them. And it's awesome that it's going to be in November, right in time for the holidays, exactly, Christmas and stuff. I can tell you for sure that there's going to be so many excited small business owners that can't wait for this, because I have been asked numerous times for the last several months. So I love it. Thank you very much, and thanks for your hard work. And again, I can't wait to let everybody know.
Absolutely, and we will notify the board as soon as that gets done, and we're ready to start it.
And just confirm that, I know 2.4, but 2 million is going to be in the bank, right?
2 million will be the matching funds, correct?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. So, quick question. Businesses that participated before, do they have to go back and re-register as a business?
No, they do not. They are already on the RAD card. If they're already on as businesses, then they will just continue.
Okay, and if any businesses were having some trouble before, is it who do we route them to? Do we have them call you? Can they make an appointment and come in?
Absolutely. Either they can come in to our 6221 West Lane building. That we do have staff available that can assist. You can always send them to me. I will get them to the appropriate staff to be able to mitigate whatever issues they have.
That's great, because I've heard from several small businesses. They said, well, it seemed like, I got, all of a sudden I wasn't able to access it, and now it's not letting me back in. And so, and for some of them, it's easier to communicate face to face.
Absolutely.
So I will do that. I will put them directly in touch with your office and have them schedule an appointment.
Okay, that would be great. One of the things that we are asking Domo to be available, they've agreed to 6 days, I believe, they will be available to respond within 24 hours of getting any kind of problem to find resolution. But also, I've also put in some additional funding in this round to be able to have staff available to do that one-on-one, because we understand small business does need that hands-on. We understand that we can't just send them an email. We actually have to either go to their place of business or have them come in and help. We can help.
So what would be the best timing on this? Do they need to wait until after November 1st?
They can start calling us now.
Casual. Okay,
immediately.
perfect.
Yes, we do. So we have staff available that can respond immediately.
Great. I'll start the referrals. Thank you.
Sure. Certainly.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. All right, thank you. Appreciate it, Patty. Item number 16, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to ask Mr. Dietrich, this is going to be a ballot issue, correct?
Correct. Long history. I think some was articulated in the letter, but I think it was you actually. Everything's dated with COVID, but 6 months prior to COVID, there was issues in national press about E-Valley, which is electronic lung vaping injuries, and people going into ICUs, younger people going to ICUs. Some push by this board to start to address that. That was primarily, in hindsight, cannabis products that were adulterated with vitamin E acetate that was causing the lung injuries. We made a presentation to the board probably in February of 2020 and got guidance from the board to do a model a ban ordinance in our county, and then we started to do some work with city councils to have that ban incorporated at the city level. Held a town hall meeting in June that was virtual because of COVID. Right after that, or concurrent with that, state legislature took up this issue, passed a bill pretty much overwhelmingly, and the House and the Senate was signed into a legislation, and then immediately basically an injunction, and then a proposition that's coming to the ballot has to be on the general ballot, the general election ballot, and therefore some delay. But given that was passed, we kind of stood down at the local level. We had some events, got some pushback from retailers, and I own the standing down, if you will, because the state ban is much larger. It's all of the state versus just the county unincorporated areas, and it is a proposition. I'm bringing this recommendation under healthcare services letterhead versus public health, because public health has some tobacco tax funding, but no, it is definitely a proposition on the ballot, and I'm seeking the Board of Supervisors' voice to say yes to this proposition to ban at the state level flavored tobacco products, vaping products. This is the, I wouldn't say the new Joe Camel, but cotton candy flavored vaping is an attractive for the 14-year-olds. The statewide ban bans flavored vaping products, nicotine vaping products, bans cigars that are not termed premium, bans this throughout the state. It's very much a comprehensive ban, and that's what I'm seeking the Board of Supervisors resolution to support that proposition. And I do have Daniel Kim from Public Health, who's our subject matter expert on this as well here.
So I'm steadfast on what we need to do for public safety and public health. And I may not be a smoker of cigarettes, but I know people that smoke menthol cigarettes, like they like their menthol cigarettes. And this ban would, in fact, stop the sale of menthol cigarettes. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that is a controversial to some degrees. African Americans who do smoke, 80% of them do smoke menthol. It has been a long-term goal of public health to ban menthol cigarettes because they are heavily marketed to the African American communities, and the African Americans who do smoke primarily because of the menthol. And I have Daniel came here to speak more about that, but it has been a long-term goal. Flavored tobacco products smoked tobacco products have been banned absent menthol for a while. The ban does also ban cheap flavored cigarillos, if you will, a Swisher Sweet, a premium cigar, and I'm not quite sure where that threshold is as far as cost are permitted, as well as hookah, which is more kind of cultural from Middle Eastern communities. But Daniel, do you want some comments on menthol? Because this is menthol, the soothing aspect of the menthol additive, gets rid of some of the harshness of smoked tobacco, and it is a reason why certain individuals will pick up smoking.
So, question before we go to Daniel, would it be normal? Is it typical for a county to pass in consent our support for a resolution? I'm just kind of wondering how we got here. Isn't this, no matter what, it's going to be decided by the voters? And I'm just really curious where we're at. And I believe we have an exemption on hookah, because I know people that have businesses that have hookah lounges. So it says with exceptions for hookah tobacco, loose leaf tobacco, and premium cigars.
Correct. So this is the proposition basically will allow the law as passed by the legislature to go into effect. Generally, even in our legislative platform, the county and departments, if it's written in the platform, can advocate for legislation. I think propositions and voting of the people are something that we kind of maybe shy away from to a degree. I brought this primarily because it's a public health item. When we did meet with the board 2+ years ago, broad consensus to do it at the county level. So I'm just trying to get, and I don't know where the polling, my understanding is the polling, this will pass overwhelmingly as well.
Okay, but it's not typical then that we would be endorsing a proposition. I'm uncertain that this is our position in the county when it's a statewide initiative or proposition.
I understand completely, and I don't know the history of all this within the county as far as advocating one way for a proposition or not. That's why I'm bringing this personally as healthcare services rather than public health for consideration.
Yeah, and I'm just a little confused about how it's got here. So I don't know what the current practice or policy of the county is, or why we want to go into supporting or not supporting. And again, for the record, I'm 1,000% in favor of whatever it is, especially for teenagers that are being given cotton candy, vaping, and very highly addictive and very dangerous habit-forming ingredients and utilities. I don't know if that would ban selling online and how you would stop delivery services for these items. And that maybe is addressed in the law, but
that will be difficult because right now, I know when we were doing our survey work, you could go to certain of the websites that was selling some of these products, and you basically self-attest that you're 21, and they ship it to you. How enforcement is done at the state level, I would not be sure. We do have tobacco funds that stop in our coalition that we do partner with the district attorney's office and law enforcement for, I would say sting operations, but going after retailers. The age of to be able to purchase tobacco products 3-4 years ago was raised in California from 18 to 21.
All right. Through the chair, just asking interim county counsel, is this a practice or policy you think the county should be delving into, endorsing propositions or not? And again, health, we understand health and public safety and all, but
Supervisor Patty, I would say that you guys are the policy makers for the county, so I don't make policy. But what I will tell you is that there is nothing illegal about you endorsing or failing to endorse this proposition.
Understood.
I'd say, like I said, Supervisor Patty, I own the delay of getting here because of the, after we were doing our stakeholder, the law was passed but then enjoined. I'm the one, personally bringing this to the board. I did reach out and I met with the majority of supervisors in person and had their support to bring this item.
Understood. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Miller?
Thank you. I would not say that this is a regular practice of the board to weigh in on statewide propositions, but it has been done on since I've been here on several occasions. I know that this board weighed in on the gas tax and on a 3-2 supported that, and then the statewide proposition to overturn the gas tax, this board weighed in again in opposition on a 3-2. So it has happened before, and it's basically it's a form of communication with our constituents. And on that particular issue, it was based on input from our Public Works Department on the sad state of our bridges and roads, and they were advocating for it because of the improvements that were promised. So again, it isn't every day, but it is a legitimate way for this board to communicate with constituents on something that we think is important policy on behalf of our constituents and our residents. So I know when I met with Director Diederich, I definitely agree that this is something that is a positive for our residents, that all flavored tobacco products, including menthol, are definitely ways to ease younger people into tobacco use. And as someone who the generation before me, almost everyone in my family smoked, I can just, from my own personal experience, nobody gets away with it without long-term health issues, whether it's cancer or it's COPD or it's emphysema or it's asthma or it's something. The health impacts are tremendous. And I know a lot of parents are deeply concerned about this very cynical advertising by the tobacco companies that is absolutely targeting our young people to make them nicotine users. And so from my standpoint, I think it's a legitimate message to send to our constituents. This is it should pass, and I have read the polling numbers as well, and it looks like it has strong support statewide.
And Supervisor, you mentioned the gas tax. There is a negative, if you will, if this proposition does pass. Tobacco taxes fund first 5 commissions, 0 through 5, and a lot of money flows through that for a lot of good with public health and working with children 0 through 5 and some of the disadvantages. So with a lot less tobacco taxes being funded, is there going to be another dedicated funding stream, or will the state backfill those, because these are worthwhile programs? But indeed, with a curtailment on some of these products, will there be a decrease in that tax base? I would imagine there would be.
Well, and we've seen that over the last 10 years. The programming that is provided is working, and it is, and a lot fewer kids were smoking. Now with this flavored vaping, we're seeing the numbers reverse themselves, and we're starting to see young people smoking again. So, I mean, the tax was always designed, if it works well and funds good programs, it'll put itself out of business. And so I would far rather see a lack of tobacco tax dollars because our kids aren't smoking anymore. So to me, that would be a huge success. But you're right, it will impact those programs. Thank you.
Supervisor Laputa, you had your...
Thank you, Chair. Well, I did meet with Mr. Didrick, and I do support this resolution. I believe these flavored tobaccos are really harmful to our children, especially in my district. There's a lot of smoke shops that are selling to young children, and it's really bad. And I think a lot of parents would be happy if we supported this bill.
Just a quick question for Daniel in regards to, and I think I know the answer, but I'll just ask it anyway. And so we have this high propensity for, I'll just say lower income, African American, if you want to use that term, of using menthol. I assume that there's no, as far as the harm done to the smoker, there's no difference between a menthol cigarette and a regular cigarette. Is that correct?
That is correct. The flavoring of menthol was added to regular tobacco cigarettes, and again, Supervisor Miller is correct that essentially these were additives to enhance the flavor, to encourage younger folks to try it out, not having to deal with the harsh flavor that one would have with tobacco. And that's essentially what we're seeing with a lot of vape products, is that these 15,000 plus various flavors that range from different cereal flavors to cinnamon and alcohol to candies are really geared towards marketing to children to encourage them to try it. And of course, what all of this has in common is the fact that nicotine is an addictive product that's a part of these products.
Okay. So as I understand the proposition, the main focus is obviously e-vaping, flavored products, those types of things to reduce the effect on our youth primarily, but the menthol is kind of caught in that net, so to speak, in regards to the prohibition. But both issues are essentially health issues, which means that, as Supervisor Miller talks about, I understand the loss of revenue. I would suspect, and I don't have any figures to back it up, but I suspect over the years, especially with the strong campaign over 50 years in regards to cigarettes, there's been a reduction in the number of individuals smoking cigarettes and possibly other tobacco products. But I think that's been a good thing from the standpoint of people living longer, having a better quality of life, et cetera. And yes, there is a loss of tax revenue, but when it comes to health of an individual, as opposed to the financial benefit either through the government or the retailer, it would seem to me that we would always side with the health benefit as opposed to the financial benefit, because as Supervisor, and today with medical costs, and a lot of individuals unfortunately don't have health insurance, et cetera. I mean, there's a tremendous drain in regards to public resources as far as treating these individuals which come up with these ailments which are attributed to these type of products. So again, I see it a health issue versus a financial issue, and I would think that we would side on the health issue first. And Director Dieterich's right. The California state government has a surplus, a monumental surplus. I would suspect that because of the youth programs, that tobacco tax funds, that would be something that the legislature or the governor would address in the future to maintain those programs, because those are also beneficial in regards to providing youth with the opportunity to excel once they get into school, et cetera. So again, I think that, again, I don't know of very many propositions that don't have at least one or two aspects that some would view as negative, but I think the overall effect would be positive as far as reducing the addiction of our youth in regards to these type of products.
Absolutely. This is really definitely a first step in terms of the things that we can do to improve health with regard to tobacco and nicotine. And really, the taxes that have been put onto tobacco products have been in the millions in terms of mitigating the billions of dollars that have been spent to deal with the after effects of tobacco use. And so with continuing to reduce access to various tobacco products through this ban, we're definitely going to see, savings with regard to healthcare costs that we'll not see because individuals won't be developing a lot of those long-term health effects that will cost us, that we don't see up front, but see at the back end. And yes, this is definitely a benefit with regard to our future health.
Okay. And Supervisor Patty raised the issue. I mean, obviously retailers would oppose this because this is going to hit their revenue stream, so to speak, on these type of products, right?
Yes, absolutely. In terms of the cost, with regard to the cigarettes and the use of tobacco products, it will be a strain for programs and businesses. But again, the long-term costs that we're paying through taxes with regard to our healthcare costs we're going to be seeing a lot of savings down the road, and it'll be improvement for all of our folks.
And Supervisor, when I just comment, that was probably the largest pushback we got from when we were doing our stakeholder meetings was, I think it was the Petroleum Retailers Association. And if we just did it within San Joaquin County or unincorporated San Joaquin County, they'd be disadvantaged because people would just take, drive across the boundary to the other jurisdiction where it is still lawful to sell and buy their smokes and gas there. So I think, again, this covers the entire state, which is a net positive.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Any other comments on consent? Or haven't seen none? A motion second?
Motion to approve.
I just want to make sure that...
Excluding number 3.
Excluding number 4.
4.
Perfect. I'll second that.
Okay. Please vote. And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you all. All right, moving on to the next item.
You don't have to leave. We got a whole more to go.
That's okay. Okay, this is a public hearing to consider adjustment of the county facilities fee schedule for 22-23 and accept the report for fiscal year 21-22. Mr. Brucker.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen. Excuse me, members of the board. I'm going to be providing a brief staff report in support of the recommendation. After receiving the staff report, it would be appropriate to open the public hearing, receive any comments from the public, close the hearing, and then bring the item back to the board for consideration. The recommendation before you is to conduct a public hearing to consider the annual adjustment of the county facilities fee schedule for fiscal year 22-23 and to accept and file the CFF program annual report for fiscal year 21-22. As background, in June 2005, the Board of Supervisors enacted a county ordinance establishing the CFF program and adopted a resolution establishing the development impact fees. The CFF program provides a mechanism to recover a portion of the growth-related capital facilities costs that would otherwise need to be funded with county general purpose revenue or other funding sources. The primary purpose of the CFF program is to finance region-serving capital facilities located throughout the county that are used by both the residents and businesses within each city, as well as the unincorporated area, and to assure that new development pays its proportionate share for these improvements. In the unincorporated county, an additional fee surcharge is collected that contributes to the development of vital county facilities serving the needs of the unincorporated area only. CFF program was approved in conjunction originally with agreements with each city to collect the county facilities fee on behalf of the county in exchange for providing cities a greater share of property taxes for annexations. The CFF is collected pursuant to the adopted fee schedule by the county and participating cities at the time of building permit issuance. 100% of the fee is paid by the building permit applicant. And then I wanted to note that the city of Lodi is the only city that currently doesn't have a master annexation agreement with the county, and they ceased collection of the CFF when their last agreement expired in June of 2012. The CFF was supported by a nexus study when it was adopted that documented the relationship between new development and the need for additional fees through 2025. On March 20th, 2018, your board approved an updated nexus study and a revised fee schedule. The update included an analysis of population and employee projections through 2035 and anticipated capital facility needs to serve the growth and revised cost and revenue estimates. Based on the nexus study update calculations, CFF revenue to be generated over the 18 years from 2017 to 2035 is projected at $163.8 million and will be used to offset remaining growth-related debt service for the county administration building and future growth-related facility needs through the period. If a project is located within city boundaries, only the regional CFF amount is collected to support facilities needed for growth for county-wide services. If a project is located in an unincorporated area, an unincorporated surcharge is also collected. CFF revenue must only be used to address the impacts of growth and not to address existing space deficiencies or enhancements in service levels. Examples of regional projects could be this county administration building, as a good example, or law and justice facilities, those facilities that provide services countywide, whether city or unincorporated. And unincorporated projects, examples could be the Public Works Department or Community Development Department. Cities provide these functions for their residents, and the county provides them for its own. Staff anticipates initiation of a nexus study update in 2023. Annual inflationary adjustments are required by county ordinance and help to ensure CFF revenues collected are adequate to offset the cost of facility needs in between nexus study updates. The CFF fee schedule is adjusted annually for inflation pursuant to changes in the California Construction Cost Index, which is published by the State Department of General Services. The Building Cost Index produced by the Engineering News Record provides the basis for the index and reflects cost trends for construction, trade, labor, and materials in the California market. Over the prior period, the index increased 11.57% due to ongoing high inflation, demand for construction services, and supply chain issues. This is a significant increase. Looking back 5 years, the average increase would be 4.38%. This table shows the regional and unincorporated surcharge components of the CFF. The various fee categories, including residential, which includes both single and multifamily residential, and non-residential, including retail, office, and industrial uses. The current rates are reflected on the left-hand side of each column, and the adjusted rates are on the right-hand side. So you can see the first column is the regional rate for each category. The middle column is unincorporated area surcharge, and on the right-hand side you see county total, which is what a building permit applicant would pay in the county. Agricultural buildings, as defined by the California Building Code, are exempt from the CFF program. So on this slide, it just shows a few examples of the increased cost as a result of this inflationary adjustment to the fee schedule. So you can see there at the top for the regional, for single family, 50 units, you see there an increased cost of $16,900. I'm not going to read through all of these, but there's retail, commercial, and industrial. And again, there at the bottom, you have the unincorporated surcharge. Again, a building permit applicant in the unincorporated county would pay both of those fees, hit with both increases. The enabling legislation requires the publication and review of an annual report within 180 days of the end of each fiscal year. Revenues and interest posted to the CFF program during the July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022 reporting period totaled $9,313,085 and $191,822 respectively. There was also an interfund transfer totaling $1,017,466 to cover the portion of debt service payments related to growth for the county administration building. The net increase in fund balance was $8,487,441, and the ending balance as of June 30th, 2022 was $63,325,820. The annual report includes a listing of priority projects, which does not reflect all possible projects, but included, number one, is the county administration building, and the remaining debt service related to growth totals $22.2 million. Also included are the 5-year capital improvement plan projects. Your board approved the 5-year capital improvement program on June 7th, 2022. It is estimated that approximately $41.7 million of new construction and facility planning costs may be eligible to be funded by CFF. Project cost estimates and funding will be refined as the projects move through the project development process. Chairman Nguyen, members of the board, this concludes the staff report. I'm available for any questions, after which it would be appropriate to open the public hearing to receive any comments from the public, and then close the public hearing for board consideration of the recommendations.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. And from the public wishing to comment? Rochelle, any comments? No. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Back to the board for either discussion, comment, or motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. Vote. And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Brucker.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to public hearing regarding establishment of proposed Mosdale Tract area regional urban level of flood protection development impact fee and introduce wave rating. Dr. Buckman.
Good morning, Chair Wynn and board members. This is the time and date set for a public hearing regarding the proposed development impact fee for flood protection improvements for the Mosdale Tract area. We'll refer to the proposed fee as the Mosdale Levy Diff. The fee is a mechanism for new development to pay its proportionate share of costs to provide the required urban level of flood protection for the Mosdale Tract area. Staff will provide a brief presentation regarding the recommended fee and ordinance. Following the presentation and any questions that the board may have, we recommend that you conduct a public hearing and consider approving staff's recommendation. At this point, I'll turn the presentation over to Deputy Director Alex Chetley.
Thank you, Fritz. There we go. On July 12th, your board adopted the Nexus Study Update for the Mosdale Levy Diff and authorized the Director of Public Works to enter into a collection agreement with the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, or SJAFCA, and the cities of Lathrop, Manteca, and Stockton. Those actions represented the initial steps towards the adoption of an updated development impact fee to provide funding for the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency to design and construct flood protection improvements in the Mosdale Tract area. The Nexus study includes the basis for charging the fees, the actual fee rates, and other details related to the administration of the program. The item before you today is to conduct a public hearing regarding the proposed Mosdale Levy Diff and consider introduction of an ordinance to add provisions regarding the Mosdale Levy Diff to the County Ordinance Code. This is the second of 3 steps to establish the Mosdale Levy Diff within the unincorporated county. This map shows the Mosdale Levy Diff boundary, which includes areas within the cities of Manteca, Stockton, and Lathrop. And once they have adopted it, the cities will collect the diff within their respective boundaries. Today's recommended action is the next step in establishing the fee within the unincorporated county only.
Chairman and board members, this concludes our presentation regarding the proposed fee and related ordinance. Following any questions that the board may have is our recommendation that you conduct a public hearing and consider approving staff's recommendation to introduce and waive reading of the recommended ordinance. The next and final step to establish the fee would be to return on November 8th for your board to consider ordinance adoption. If the ordinance is adopted, the fee will become effective December 19th. Thank you, Chair Wynn and members of the board. Mr. Chetley and I are available to address any questions you may have.
Any questions? Seeing none. Open the public hearing. Anybody in the audience? Doubt it. So, Michelle? None? No. Okay, close the public hearing. Pleasure of the board.
I would move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion second. Please vote. And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Buckman.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, moving to General Government's Direct County Counsel Office to retain investigator to investigate the unauthorized disclosure of the Code of Ethics Investigation Report. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Apparently, somehow in some capacity, it was a confidential document was leaked out from the county. I've spoken, my office has been in communication with County Counsel's office, and they find this, I believe, concerning. Through the chair, I will not speak on behalf of County Counsel, but I believe, as I've put in my letter, that I'd like to recommend that the Board of Supervisors retain an investigator to investigate the unauthorized disclosure of a Code of Ethics investigation report and report those findings to the board for any action that could be taken. I find this concerning. None of the statements are under oath. In that report, it involves innuendo, hearsay, assumptions. It's not for public consumption. All the interviews were promised confidentiality. I believe it would impede further investigations, and that the trust for the county would be lost when these releases go unchecked. Through the chairman, I would like to ask Interim County Counsel an opinion on this, if they believe that an investigation is warranted.
Supervisor Patty, as you will recall at our last board meeting, I indicated to you that the attorney-client privilege is sacrosanct. It allows your counsel to be able to give you frank and honest legal opinions, and it allows us to have frank and honest conversations that perhaps one would not have if they knew that what they said would be disclosed. As an attorney who's been practicing law for 25 years, I'm taken aback that someone would take our privileged document and leak it to the public. So I'm very angry that someone did that to us. I'd probably comb the end of the earth trying to find the person who did it, to be honest. And so, you know, I am not opposed to receiving direction from this board to conduct an investigation. I will say two things. I did reach out to my counterparts in the district attorney's office because there were some concerns about whether or not this was criminal, some kind of criminal act took place. And what I've heard from them is that it's premature, that they would encourage us, if we're so inclined to do so, to do an administrative investigation before taking that leap to suggest that some kind of criminal behavior has been taken.
All right, thank you. Well, that's how I feel about this, and I appreciate your perspective on it. So this is brought to the board for discussion.
Any comments? Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is for County Council. Other than the board, as we sit on it, and County Council, who else had access to the report?
My office, the board, and Mr. Wilverding. Ms. Hopkins also, because she sat on the ad hoc committee.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I think any time that confidential information is leaked, it's serious. And I appreciate Interim County Counsel's restating her position that all of these types of investigations are attorney-client privileged, and the privilege flows to the board, and that you consider them sacrosanct. I will say that a complaint brought against me in 2019, which was investigated by an outside investigator, when it was brought forward to the board in October of 2019, the findings and recommendations were summarized by County Counsel in the board letter, and the investigative report was attached to the board letter and made public. So it appears that attorney-client privilege isn't always enforced. From my standpoint, it feels a bit like a double standard. Secondly, Supervisor Patty has been, you were questioned by Chair Wynn at the last meeting about the fact that Supervisor Patty has repeatedly and consistently leaked information from the report. He does it again in the board letter, states that an investigation cleared him of bribery allegations. Well, that would be a finding, and by the way, it's not an accurate finding. And you didn't express the least bit of anger or appear to be taken aback at all. And in fact, you pretty much said at the meeting, well, that doesn't change the attorney-client privilege to the board. So I'm concerned that there definitely appears to be a double standard on this type of report. And frankly, I think that since the board was never even asked about it in 2019, and that Supervisor Patty is continuing to selectively dribble out bits of the information that he wants to come out from the report, that I do think this board should consider once again simply waiving the attorney-client privilege and making the report public. I appreciate your concerns about confidentiality, but it just doesn't feel like, frankly, there's anything that's going to be accomplished from this. Supervisor Villaputua stated when he made the motion to simply accept the report and take no further action, that the motivation for him making that motion was the fact that he didn't see that anything was going to come from taking any additional action. And I think that if this board and county council's office and our policies and procedures are not willing to apply the same standard of accountability to everyone, including all the members of this board, I think it's more than a little hypocritical to launch into yet another investigation, which is likely to take, this last one took 1.5 years. I'm going to quote from Supervisor Villaputua on this one. I can't see that anything positive is going to come from an investigation. And frankly, at this point, I agree with Supervisor Villaputua that it's time to move on. And I think all of us would like to see the board more in sync. We hear that over and over from the public. We've heard it from our own members. And so I don't have any, I'm leaving, so I don't have any big dog in this hunt. But I don't think it's in the best interests of this board to continue pursuing this, especially when this board has made it very clear that they are not going to hold, they want to move on, and they aren't going to hold anyone accountable for the information that was contained in the report. So that's where I'm at on it.
Vice Chair Rickman, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Chair. And I couldn't disagree more on this. You know, comparing an ethics report to an attorney-client privilege, which has existed since the 16th century, is apples to oranges. I mean, I agree with our counselor. I mean, this is just unfortunate. And, you know, the attorney-client privilege protects confidential communication between an attorney and his client, which is the county, right? And, you know, I'm going to read a quote from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court described privilege as sacred insomuch as it is available to clients to encourage full and frank communication and thereby promote broader public interest in the observance of law and administration of justice. That's United States versus Zolan, 1989, and quoting Upjohn Company versus United States, 1981. I mean, if you can't trust an attorney-client privilege and the information that is, I mean, you can't be frank and without worrying that it's going to be out, then why even bother having it? And every member, well, I shouldn't say, and there's been members on this board that have disagreed at times of whether to release attorney-client privilege, and I won't say who, and they wouldn't release the information because of it's an attorney-client privilege, and we haven't done it before. So, I mean, I think this is horrible, not because it's, and you take Supervisor Patty out of there, you take Supervisor Miller out of here, your investigations. At the end of the day, it's leaked attorney-client privilege, period. And that's what we're discussing, is that link, is that privilege that was held. And if I could, I mean, I know we talked about it, Counselor. I mean, I would love to see it go to the Sheriff's Department or to the District Attorney's Office or to the Attorney General's office so we can find out exactly who leaked this, so we can get a more in-depth investigation, so we can actually start doing what law enforcement does to get to the bottom of this. Hopefully the administration will do that. You know, we will see. But, I mean, I just think this is a huge breach of legal and ethical responsibilities, and it undermines this board as entirely. The only people that can release it is not one of us up here, but it has to be the entire board or a majority of the board, and that did not happen. And it hasn't happened not just with the ethics violations, but as far as I know, and Counselor, correct me if I'm wrong, has the county ever released an attorney-client privilege document?
We have, and it happened. Well, Supervisor Miller remembered a time in 2019 that I did not recall. But it actually, most of the times it will happen where we're in litigation and we're using our attorney privilege document to establish that we complied with the elements of the law. So we use it as a defensive tool, generally when we're in litigation.
No, absolutely, and that's not happening here. And the other side of it too, and I don't know, during these investigations and so on that happened, I mean, weren't the witnesses told that their information would be confidential or their identity would be confidential?
The witnesses, I did not do the investigation, so I'll tell you what the general practice is that we don't assure witnesses confidentiality. We tell them that we may be required to give this information out if required by law in order to defend ourselves. But we do say if we don't have to do that, we're going to try to keep the information as confidential as we can.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's nothing required by law on this. I mean, that seems like a lawsuit or something. So, I mean, we failed in that aspect. We failed with the trust of these individuals. I mean, when we do investigations, in order for people to talk to us, I mean, they got to be able to trust us. And so there's another component of this is the trust factor. And again, at the end of the day, I mean, it's not about an individual investigation ethics. And if somebody released, and you're Supervisor Miller in 2019, I mean, I wasn't here, so I don't know. And if that was an attorney-client privilege, I mean, that was, I don't know what the board was thinking at the time, or if they, I don't know. I'm not even going to comment on that. But at the end of the day, attorney-client privilege is a huge breach, and I'm all for the investigation.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. Through the chair, County Counsel, Supervisor Miller pointed out that the County Counsel's office had released a finding based on an investigation of a possible ethic violation. Did County Counsel violate the law by releasing the conclusion that there was no violation and that Supervisor Miller was cleared of any ethic violation? So I'm confused if County Counsel released the conclusion of that report, and it was just one allegation. In this instance, we have a multitude of allegations that have been brought against me, again, none of which I was interviewed for, and many of my constitutional rights were denied in this investigation, but that's a subject we discussed last week. So did County Counsel violate the law, as Supervisor Miller has alluded?
Supervisor Patty, I don't believe I can address that issue because I'm not familiar. I was not familiar with the details of that, and I have no understanding of how or why that report came to be released.
Okay. And then if anybody was bothered by the release of that negative declaration, they could have pursued actions against County Counsel if that was a problem, if he violated the law, but nobody did take action in that capacity, right? It doesn't mean he didn't violate the law if he violated the law.
I'm not sure what your question is.
I'm just trying to find the logic here. If we have what could possibly be a criminal act, that's an assumption, don't know, but if we have possibly what could be considered a criminal act, and the district attorney would say it'd be premature to assume that now, but with an investigation, we need to discover what the route of this may have been, if that's possible. And at that time, the district attorney's office would have to determine if anything criminal had happened. But that would have, in order to pursue that, we'd have to hire that investigator and reveal if any findings. So I'm just kind of talking my way through this. But it seems different from Supervisor Miller's negative declaration on an ethic violation is a conclusion, and nobody was egreged that he may have violated the law by releasing that client, that legal document, the attorney-client document. So unless somebody wanted to pursue it, it was a non-issue. In this instance, I'm asking the board to pursue it because it is an issue. This is an egregious act. There are multiple investigations that took place, some of which were, I mean, if you go into the details of the investigation, some of them just unsubstantiated, some of it substantiated. So we're not just dealing with a complaint. We have a multitude of parties, people, discussions, again, none of which I participated in. So I don't think we have a similarity, is I think where I'm trying to lead this to be, and correct me if I'm wrong. But I think this would be proper. I think we could pursue this within short order and see what the analysis comes up with, and probably have a closed session discussion about it if or if it's mandated to be out in public. But I think this was a demonstration of the malicious nature of some people and the actions they'll take for the politics of preference. So I believe, and if you remove me in the equation or any other supervisor, if this was any other supervisor anonymously named, I think that this is a very unfair action to have been taken with a legal document, and we are the guardians of these proceedings. While I may have openly defended myself on things that I was accused of, and I've got that right since I was apparently ostracized in the report, and things that were sustained or unsubstantiated. So I'm in favor of, as Supervisor Chairman Wynn says, just air it out on coverage, figure out what it is, instead of hiding or masking and protecting anyone. So that's my position, and I don't know if we have public comments on this, but I would look forward to somebody joining me in making a motion and pursuing this.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. First of all, I was in no way accusing our former county council of any illegal actions, and I want to make that very clear. My point was that if outside investigations are protected by attorney-client privilege and the privilege flows to the board, then my understanding that would pertain to all outside investigations conducted by attorneys. In the case of my investigation, the board was not asked. I had no problems with the report being made public, but that's really not the point. If the privilege flows to the full board, then the full board should have had to take action to release the report, and that did not occur. So my point is that this is being selectively applied because information in this particular report was negative. And so, and I will restate that while I am not in any way, shape, or form condoning leaking attorney-client privileged information or materials, the fact that this board is not the least bit, well, I shouldn't say the full board, some members are not the least bit upset about Supervisor Patty continuing to spin information from the report and leak it selectively. I just think that this board is very much applying double standards. I think they've made it very plain that the majority of the board does not intend to hold supervisor. I mean, there's been no mention by anybody else that this is continuing the spinning of the information. So I'm just going to say again, I think we've spent lots and lots of time on this. I don't see that the matter's resolved. The vote's been taken. Supervisor Patty there was no action taken by the board. I'm not aware of the full report actually being disseminated to the public. Maybe it has been, but I'm not aware of it. And I think the majority of this board has made it pretty clear that they want to put this matter to rest. So that's what I would.
Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. So basically, County Council, half the people who knew about this report are in this room, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone who'd like to come forward who said anybody? So it's very troubling, I believe. So I think if it doesn't cost the county too much money, I'd like to see someone look into this matter, maybe district attorney's office or so forth. I think it's troubling that we would allow, I'm not taking sides there, but any information that the county has that's leaked to Central Chronicle bothers me. So I think that it should be looked into.
Through the chair, if I may, I have spoken with the district attorney, and they are not going to take this case without us doing our own due diligence.
Okay.
So we will, if the board approves this, we will hire an outside investigator to do an investigation.
I'm okay with that. I think it should be looked into.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. No, and I agree. And I'll restate my statement is that, trying to compare an ethics violation to an attorney-client privilege is apples and oranges. It's just ridiculous. And just lastly, whatever the purpose of this release was, if it was for political gain, we all know there's politics. Oh God, elections are happening right now. They should be absolutely ashamed of themselves, whoever did that. And if we can't rely on our attorney-client privilege, keep our communications with our attorney and reduce the liability of this body or this entity, then good luck having a full, complete disclosure on anything. If we don't nip this now, then what's going to stop? It doesn't have to be an ethics. It could be, a lawsuit in which the county is involved in. It could be another employee which, we're listening to, and it's, again, attorney-client privilege, and they expect the confidentiality, and somebody releases that. You go down this slippery slope. You allow one, then what's to stop in the future to allow others? Maybe, you have, motivation of whatever it may be, but it doesn't make it right. So with that, I'm for it.
All right, let me make some comments. First of all, I would agree that there have been some discrepancies in regards to handling of these investigations. I understand Supervisor Miller, obviously because you were exonerated. I mean, that didn't fare badly upon your reputation. Certainly that was okay. But again, and maybe because I'm a purist, an investigation is an investigation, and I would wonder whether the outcome was that the person was exonerated or they were found sustained, but the same protection would occur on those investigations. And I know, Kim, I know you're not involved, and I'm not trying to put the pressure on you. But on the other side of it, when we talk about privilege, attorney-client privilege, I think most of the members on this board have been very careful not to make any references to the investigation itself, except one. And this is the question. Supervisor Patty brings up issues, documentation within the investigation itself to excuse himself from any blame, whatever. And when he makes comments such as some were sustained, some were not, that is erroneous as a fact. And my point is that by providing these random comments about the contents of the investigation, he is to some degree painting a picture favorable to him, which indicates somehow he's the victim here and that he's been wrongly accused, and this investigation cleared him, but he's only mentioned one particular allegation. The other side of it is if I, for example, were investigated, as Supervisor Miller was, and I was found exonerated, I wouldn't have a problem in regards to that information being made public, because obviously I think it's open. The other side of it is when you don't want it public, then obviously there's something that you don't want the public to be aware of. The other part about, and this particular issue of attorney-client, See, I'm an advocate of you can't be a little pregnant. Either you do or you don't. Either you maintain the confidentiality or you open it up by some comments that intrude into the investigation itself and therefore bias the public or taint the outcome to the favor of the individual making the comments. So, I can make all kinds of comments generally about the investigation, just as Supervisor Patty is, and I would say that they probably were not favorable to him in the investigation itself. The other part of I know some are, as has been stated, are just tired of this ongoing battle in regards to every little thing that happens. It's a tit for tat and those types of things. And some have commented that they just want it to stop. And by virtue of that, they don't want these things to continue. I understand that. I think we're all tired. I think the public's tired of this ongoing battle. When you get down to the violation, if you want to call that, of this particular act, as Vice Chair Rickman talks about, my question is, one, I don't know if anybody can articulate a penal code section or a violation of a law that may have been committed. I'd be glad to entertain that, because so far I don't know, other than maybe somebody having access to the document, releasing it to the media. That's all that's happened. Now, I would assume, and I'll ask County Council, I would assume that there may be, if it were a county employee, for example, who did it, or if it were an elected official who did it, that there would be consequences. So if you could share, if there were investigation, if it revealed that a county employee released this information, or it was an elected official that released this information, what would be the basic consequences? And I say that only from the standpoint of having legal access to the document itself.
So if it was a civil service employee, a regular county employee who released this document, we will be looking at our Civil Service Rule 18, which talks about how we discipline civil service employees. And so one of the specific charges that stand out to me is conduct unbecoming. If I think about the work rules, we also probably have a work rule that talks about confidentiality. And so in that instance, Ms. Hopkins would probably be recommending that we use our Rule 18 process to formally prepare disciplinary papers regarding the specific employee, and then make a recommendation about what disciplinary action to take against that employee. And the ultimate discipline is termination from county employment. For an elected official, I'd have to, the only source I have for you guys is your code of ethics. So I'd be combing the code of ethics to see if it's a potential violation for someone to leak an attorney-client privileged document. And without knowing the code verbatim, I probably could find some section of the code that action would apply to. And of course, for you guys, a breach of the code of ethics, the ultimate sanction would be a censure.
Right. So essentially, we have, with the county employee, we have potential at the most termination. With the elected official, we have at the most a censure under the code of ethics. Neither one of them obviously are criminal, and so nobody would know that until there was some type of investigation. So essentially, I think that to some degree that this has been mischaracterized in regards to the attorney-client, because to be honest with you, when Supervisor Patty makes comments specifically about the allegations that were in the investigation, even in a general way, I think that's a violation of the attorney-client privilege. Therefore, either if it isn't, then others may be able to make similar comments in regards to the other side of it, which we're all aware of in regards to the investigation and the results itself. Again, I would agree with Supervisor Miller. What's fair is fair. If one can do it, the other can do it also. So again, but setting that aside for now, obviously dealing with this particular request. I've said this time and again in regards to if I were viewed as a potential suspect or at least a violator of whatever sort. As far as I'm concerned, investigate me. I got nothing to hide. Absolutely. And in fact, more importantly, I would want the investigation to show that I had nothing to do with it. And therefore, as opposed to no investigation with some spinning it however they want to spin it, which numerous comments about criminal misconduct, which I think is absurd. But on top of that, to leave that in the air and let somebody go around making allegations that somehow, because maybe I didn't support the investigation, that somehow I was involved in it, which is ludicrous. So and I understand Supervisor Miller's, and it's been commented certainly about the cost of investigations and time involved in the investigations. And this board has criticized the process time and again as a waste of time, as biased, and all the other things that are negative about it. And yet now we're looking at creating an investigation. So again, I find the duplicity here amazing. But on the other side of it, going back to my feelings and actually doing investigations, I have no problem with investigation. I think it's probably a waste of taxpayer money. But on the other side of it, I would have to agree with Vice Chair Rickman that if this occurs, and whether it be against Supervisor Patty or against me or whatever, I do think there needs to be some conclusion as regard to what may have occurred. If nothing else, and even if there's no identified culprit who may have done this, maybe there would be at least a recommendation on how in the future this could be better protected to ensure that those type of events do not occur. So again, I think, to be on the one hand, I think it's a waste of taxpayer money, but on the other hand, I think it can serve as certainly as has been talked about, an accounting of someone's behavior who perpetrated this, and if that can be located or not, maybe we learn a lesson out of it. So again, Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I have to say, you never cease to amaze and nor disappoint anyone with the word salad of you're for it, you're against it, you're in favor of investigations to air things out, and then you're not liking that these things continue, but yet they seem to continue because people keep filing allegations. They want accountabilities, which you're in favor of, but then you're not in favor of spending the money when somebody does something wrong. So we have to really kind of understand the source of it and where the spite and the divisiveness comes from on the board. And you're not innocent of that, sir. So when we want it to come to an end, it'll probably, I guess we're about 6 meetings away, or maybe give or take, maybe a couple in December, a couple in November, that's 4. So 4 more meetings away from this toxicity and this cancer that you brought to the board the first day you were elected, and you created a division with your malicious act to deny Carlos Villalpudua from becoming chairman, a privilege that you currently hold. So when you establish from the very beginning your malicious, divisive nature, and that permeates and carries through, we see the toxicity continue. You, on the board, approved and spoke up against Supervisor Elliott when he said, why are we rushing in a Board of Ethics code that is premature and I don't like some of the provisions? And you said, quote unquote, with 3 votes, we can do whatever we want. And that set the groundwork for the first ethic violations you brought against me when I stated publicly to a newspaper reporter that I personally believe Dr. Amala would be our best medical examiner. I didn't say in closed session the board said. I didn't say the board feels like. I didn't say anything other than my First Amendment right, my constitutional right to state my opinion. And I felt obliged to do that. I still feel very strong to this day. And the entire reasons why I feel it, which would be a whole nother discussion. But you took it upon yourself to use your weaponized ethics code that was found to be unconstitutional by an FPPC lawyer that specializes in ethics codes that he writes up and down the state for municipalities and counties. So It's you that have set forward the mechanisms of exactly what and the fruition of exactly what. That's your legacy on the board. Your 8 years here in the Board of Supervisors will go down in history as a divisive, malicious attack on other supervisors. And I have shown that I'm not going to be bullied, not by you or anyone else. So I am going to stand up. I'm going to push back. You took that first year where I showed you deference and respect, and you turned that into, you thought apparently I must be some kind of weakling or some kind of easy pushover, and you came forward with ethics violations. Embarrassingly, one of the ethics violation, which would probably be the most egregious assumption, was retracted by our county council, and he showed his ineptness while utilizing your weaponized ethics code, which we later amended and brought back something forward that still to this day is not, I believe, a very fair ethics code, and probably needs to be amended again by the next board, whomever will be on it. But the good news is you will not be. So we'll be able to get some absolute clarity and an opportunity for the new board, the next board, to work without your malicious, divisive nature.
Can I do a point of order so we can get back to the agendized item?
Mr. Rickman.
All right, again, this goes beyond any one supervisor, any supervisor up here. I don't know how many times I can reiterate it. You know, you're talking about a privilege. A privilege has been a part of our foundation of a country. And, you know, is it criminal? You know, we don't know. There could be something. There are other laws when it comes to corruption and so on. I mean, if you look at, for example, Section 54963 of the California Government Code, and it talks about closed session, even though this isn't closed session, but talks come in, it talks, and one of the actions that you can do is take it to a grand jury and let the jury decide, grand jury decide. But, you know, one thing that just bothers me is when you hear, hey, if you have nothing to hide, you know, what's the problem? Well, people have privileges, people have rights. And, I mean, if you have a cop that comes to your door and he says, hey, I want to come in your house. You know, why? Well, I just want to come in your house and check things out. Will you let him? Well, you have nothing to hide, right? But you have a protection under the Fourth Amendment for that. What about Miranda? You know, you get arrested, you have a right not to say anything. But if you're not guilty, right, or if you have nothing to hide, go ahead and talk to the cops. That's the individuals. I mean, again, these are rights that is afforded to you. And, you know, Fifth Amendment, not discriminate against yourself. So, you know, just to say, hey, you have nothing to hide, what's the big deal? I don't buy it. I mean, it goes against so many fundamental principles that, you know, we sometimes take for granted as being Americans. And, again, this isn't about Tom Patty versus Miller, or Supervisor Miller, excuse me, or Supervisor Patty versus our Chair Wynn. It's, again, bring it back to the discussion here today, whether you think it's okay to release attorney-client privilege. It's that simple. If you do, then by all means, don't vote no. And to reach some points that were brought up earlier, if we're in the discussion and a supervisor is bringing stuff out from attorney-client privilege, it's our job of our council to make them aware and stop the conversation, and the chair to stop that. I don't want to get in the whole discussion, but our counselor needs to come in and make this board aware. None of us are attorneys up here. So with that, I don't know how many more. I mean, I just don't want to get in this contest of here is going to, you talk about wasted time and stuff, and I agree. I'm just tired of hearing about how much you guys dislike each other. I mean, we need to get along in order to do our business here in the county. So with that, hopefully nobody else takes any more shots and we can go ahead and move on and vote and you know, let the cards lay where they may.
Supervisor Miller.
I just have one final question. It's really for this board. If in the course of this administrative investigation, the administrator finds that the repeated statements by Supervisor Patty, which I am given to understand he also made at a meeting with the Records Editorial Advisory Board, if the investigator finds that his statements also constitute a leak and a waiving of, or an inappropriate waiving of attorney-client privilege, will this board then be willing to apply the same standard to Supervisor Patty that they would be to anyone else, to one of our employees or to another person up here? And I guess that would be my question, is if because this board hasn't been willing to do that in the past, follow recommendations of independent investigators. So before we vote to go down this path, I just think everybody should be prepared to take the results from the investigator and apply them fairly. That's all I have.
Okay. All right. Vice Chair Rickman, you had indicated.
Chairman Nguyen.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Apologize, I have public comments.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
This was submitted by an anonymous one who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, this estimate to spend another $50,000 on the Patty Miller feud is outrageous. When will this stop? How much taxpayer money has and is going to be wasted on this? You act like money is yours. It's not. This is money you're supposed to use wisely and prudently for the public benefit, not for a private war. Spend your own money if you want, but not ours. Supervisors Villapadua and Rickman talked last meeting about how they are tired of the infighting and want it to stop. Well, now is the time to end it. Let those two work it out on their own dime and time and keep us taxpayers out of it. Do your jobs. The next public comment was submitted anonymously twice and writes, and how much more taxpayer money will this cost? There's no fiscal impact listed. Haven't we been forced to spend enough on this already? I think so. And that concludes the public comments.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I need a motion from the board.
I'll make a motion to direct County Counsel's Office to retain an investigator to investigate the unauthorized disclosure of the Code of Ethics investigation report.
We have a second?
Second.
All right, adopted 4-1. All right, moving on to the Emergency Medical Services Agency Annual Report.
So, good afternoon, Chair Nguyen, members of the Board of Supervisors, CEO Wilferding. With me today, I have Jared Bagwell, our EMS administrator. He came into that position at the beginning of August of this year. Unfortunately, our EMS medical director, Dr. Catherine Schaefer, is unable to be with us at this time. But I just want to have highlighting our annual 2021 report with a lot of achievements within the EMS system, and turn it over to Jared.
Good afternoon, Chair Nguyen, members of the board. Again, my name is Jared Bagwell, the Director of EMS here in San Joaquin County. This is our second installment of our annual report. It is designed to be a high-level narrative to share some data for the public, the board, and other EMS stakeholders. And it'll be available for any questions or input after. So just to start off with a brief overview of our EMS system, San Joaquin County, as you know, has over 780,000 people in the county. 80% of those individuals living within the 7 urban areas in the county, and the rest in rural areas and communities. They are protected by 18 fire districts and departments within the county, 4 emergency ambulance providers, 3 air ambulance providers, also 6 BLS providers providing BLS IFT services throughout the county as well. We have 7 acute care hospitals, 11 CE providers, 1 EMT training program, 1 EMR training program that the EMS agency conducts. And as we'll talk more about later, the EMS call volume, approximately 88,000 calls for requests last year, and 67,000 first responder responses. Data collection and system evaluation. So EMS is very data heavy. We collect data from multiple sources, from hospitals, ambulance providers, dispatch centers, and EPCR records. This data is used for system benchmarking and improvement, as well as national and state reporting. We also receive data from our specialty care systems, including trauma, stroke, and STEMI. We also collect a lot of the patient offload times and delays that we report. An example of some of the data collection pathway would be, for an example, for a heart attack patient, a person suffering a heart attack. That information gets collected from the EMS dispatch center, the on-scene patient care record, and hospitals and specialty care data is collected and compiled and reported for CQI purposes. Staffing and training. As we all saw, the emergence of nursing and paramedic staffing challenges in 2021, the EMS agency did make some efforts to try to mitigate those staffing issues. Part of that was to coordinate nurse staffing for the hospitals here locally. We also conducted extra EMR training for the first responders. We authorized local CE providers, allowing for the individual CE providers to conduct their own continued education for recertification and accreditation processes. We did modify one of our accreditation and preceptor policies to include a second level of training for paramedics. We used to have just a preceptor, but we've saw the need to change our policy to allow for orientation in addition to the training, so that expanded that access. The EMS agency also procured and deployed 47 Lucas chest compression devices throughout the first responders. Every first out fire engine has a Lucas device. How that helps with staffing is it affords the paramedics and the first responders to concentrate on other on-scene efforts and basically kind of automating some of these activities. In addition to that, all of the emergency ambulances were provided ventilators as well. So that also provides that extra set of hands that were mitigated by some of the staffing shortages that we saw. 2021, because of some health and safety code changes, Stockton Fire Emergency Communications Division took on a large portion of the emergency call taking. That was done in a phased approach, starting with Lodi, the city of Manteca, city of Tracy, and finally in December, the city of Stockton. Most of the emergency call processing now is occurred through the Stockton Fire Dispatch Center, but work in concert with VREC as the ambulance dispatch center. This slide just illustrates some of the emergency ambulance response breakdown of those 87,000 calls. As I mentioned, that service is provided by 4 emergency ambulance providers, Zone X, AMR, Zone F, Escalon, Zone D by Manteca, and Zone E by Ripon. What this slide does illustrate is that about a third of our emergency responses are non-lights and sirens. So that's an opportunity for us to look at as to how to use our scarce resources in deploying in the future, but found that slide interesting. First response. So as I mentioned, this is just a breakdown of the first responder activities over the year. Clearly, you can see Stockton Fire responds to nearly half of the calls in the county from the first response perspective. Hospitals and specialty care. So this slide demonstrates where do the patients go. The patients largely go to San Joaquin General or St. Joe's Medical Center. They roughly take on half of those transports, but it is a good indication of where most of our patients are transported in county. We did show at the bottom there that Stanislaus and Sacramento are some of the receiving facilities just because of the location of the incident. Sometimes very South County or certain critical patients, if they're very close to Sacramento Trauma Center, sometimes those patients will go outside. Along with that, we do have a very robust specialty care system here in San Joaquin County. Of the 7 general acute care facilities, all of them are basic stroke designated and accredited. We have 2 designated STEMI receiving centers, Dameron and St. Joe's, and a level 2 trauma center at San Joaquin General. All of these facilities have agreements with the EMS agency for performance, procedure, and data collection requirements. This slide illustrates the volume of the specialty care in San Joaquin County. So about 7.5% of all calls fall into that category, either trauma, a stroke patient, or a STEMI. A majority of that trauma is blunt trauma, which are typically your assaults and vehicle accidents. Again, with the trauma, is not surprising. Some of the trauma demographics in this county, most of the trauma occurs with patients in the 21 to 35-year-old range. The elderly population, because of falls and stuff, also share a large portion of that. And again, as I mentioned, the blunt trauma is by far the most common type of major trauma seen at the trauma center. Stroke care in San Joaquin County. Stroke patients are a unique demographic because there's over and under triage, because a lot of stroke symptoms mimic other conditions mimic stroke conditions. So that's always a tricky one, and we follow this very closely. But what you will see is of the 387 strokes identified by EMS in the field, over 77% of them were provided pre-alerts to the hospital, so the hospitals could get things in order to take care of those patients in a timely manner. Because as we know, stroke patients, they're very time sensitive. There's therapy that can be given within certain types of windows, and so that's why that is important. In addition, you can also see that the average elapsed time of the ambulance on scene to transport to appropriate facility and the average arrival at the hospital to radiology or CT is just over 10 minutes. And so those averages show that we have a well-trained EMS force who understands the timeliness of these stroke patients. Moving on to our STEMI systems. STEMIs are acute heart attacks. For the second year in a row, the EMS agency has received the American Heart Association Mission Lifeline EMS Gold Plus Achievement Award. Basically what that is a national initiative to advance the system of care for patients with high risk and time-sensitive STEMI heart attacks. It's a voluntary participation that we provide data to AHA. We are not necessarily allowed to publish their data, but what we can say is that our averages here in San Joaquin exceed the averages of the state for those same ones that participate in this program. As you can see, the timeliness of STEMIs are also important. AHA has a goal and guideline of anything less than 15 minutes on scene. And we in San Joaquin County accomplish that approximately 80% of the time. In addition to that, of the 274 patients that were transported to STEMI designated facilities, over 91% of them walked out of the hospital alive. In addition to that, of the STEMI patients that required PCI intervention, formerly known as the angioplasty with stent, 95% of those patients survived. So that is an impressive number. Disaster medical response. In 2021, our healthcare coalition expanded greatly. Healthcare coalitions here in San Joaquin County are coordinated by our pre-hospital preparedness coordinator. Typical healthcare coalitions are designed to share resources, coordinate strategies, and deliver healthcare on unplanned and planned emergencies. We typically have about 60 members in our healthcare coalition, which grew to over 238. So we're very proud of that as well. These healthcare coalitions are comprised of hospitals, skilled nursing facilities, behavioral health, dialysis, clinics, primary care, physicians. Part of the success of this was the EMS agency through the MOAC was able to provide personal protective equipment for these additional coalition members, which were largely the physician, private practice, and dentists, which were allowed to stay in business and open to practice because we were able to provide them with that critical PPE. Some of our vaccination efforts. In addition to authorizing EMTs and paramedics to work in our local hospitals, we also authorize EMTs and paramedics to administer and participate in vaccination events throughout the county. And we'll talk a little bit more about it here in just a second, but during the summer of 2021, through EMSA, we authorized some strike teams to work with public health to administer vaccines to the homebound. This is a slide of an example of some of the activities and successful vaccination efforts from different organizations in our counties. You can see South County Fire trained 25 of their folks and vaccinated approximately 2,000 to 3,000 people over that period of time. AMR also was one of the first to stand up a vaccination event, mainly for their own. And you can see some of the other activities from Stockton Fire, Ripon, Lodi, and Lathrop Manteca. They were able to provide those vaccination efforts in their local communities. In addition, kind of expanding on what we talked about earlier, through EMSA, they approved local EMS agencies to authorize task forces and strike teams of ambulances to provide vaccinations to the homebound. We were one of 3 counties to participate in that. San Joaquin County EMS, Public Health, and Manteca District Ambulance coordinated these efforts and were able to vaccinate 639 homebound individuals in San Joaquin County, which exceeded what Marin County and LA were able to do as well in their respective efforts. So very proud of that, and cooperation of Public Health and Manteca District Ambulance for doing that last summer. So those are pretty much the activities for 2021. Some of the things that we have been working on that we will be talking about more, I'm sure, are paramedic training locally here in San Joaquin County, better EMS data integration. A lot of the data, as we mentioned earlier, comes from a lot of different sources, and it's a little bit difficult to coordinate sometimes, so it's a long-term project we're looking at. We're also in the process of a policy review and development cycle so that a lot of the policies will be open for public comment. And the last piece is the EMS Advisory Committee, which was stood up, and we'll be holding our first meeting in early November. That is the conclusion of my report and overview of the 2021 annual report, and available for any questions if you guys have any.
I'll just add, Jared, I think, has described that San Joaquin County should be proud. We have a very high-performing EMS system. It's obviously data-driven, continuous quality improvement focused, and what you can measure, you can improve, and I think we do a lot with that. I highlight all 7 of our hospitals are primary stroke centers. We're working on a comprehensive stroke center designation, but he also mentioned all of our first out apparatuses have Lucas chest compression, as well as our transport ambulances have transport vents, and I think that you will not see another county in the state that has that level of equipment on their apparatuses. So, and I know we'll be partnering with a lot of our education institutions on both EMT and paramedic training. So I think more to come in the future.
Any questions or comments? Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of things. First of all, thank you very much for the report. I mean, this is great information, and I know I keep it, and I, look at it whenever I have any questions, so I don't have to bug you guys on the phone half the time. But, I want to say, kudos and thank you to, our firefighters, our, folks with AMR, Manteca Ambulance, Ripon, and all the folks that work in EMS. They do a great job, and, we all appreciate it. And, hey, you never know when you're going to be in need of medical help, somebody who knows what they're doing. Couple of questions, though. First of all, where are we at with this unprotected area in which we put in, $500,000 for response?
So the EMS agency modified our existing policy and an additional policy to address the payment voucher process. It's out for public comment. It comes down, I think, in a week or so, and then we'll make some final adjustments and be ready to go.
Okay, and I take it you've talked with all the fire agency that's going to respond to get their input on that as well, right? To see who's going to respond and when somebody will respond and if they will respond and how to get them to respond and so on.
Yeah, I've spoken with several districts this period for public comment. They're aware of it. I've announced it at the meetings for them to provide their input on how the policy works and any suggestions they may have.
We're hoping for several departments to partner with us on both the response as well as the payment model. So it would not just be one. It hopefully would be 4+.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm sure the board is looking forward to that also. Also, can you explain, I know Mr. Dietrich, we talked about this, but I'd love to hear in front of the whole board about Lodi Lodi Fire Department not being able to administer Narcan when we have a fentanyl epidemic.
So we have partnerships with PD, and I know PD was doing it, but that's an EMT enhanced skill set. And with a revision in policy from EMS, I believe in late May or mid-May, all of the basic life support departments are authorized for all of the EMT and enhanced skill sets, including Narcan, EpiPens, some diabetic sticks. All the ALS departments, which in our county are Tracy, South County Fire, Stockton, and Lodi, they're advanced life support, so they have something beyond Narcan. But at this point, since the middle of May, all of the basic life support departments and districts are authorized to administer Narcan.
But wasn't there a period of time that they could not?
They could, with the enhanced skill sets, they were able to. At that point in time, we were asking for an integration agreement to do that. Some of them, given 201 right issues, chose not to do that. But at no point in time after the EMT enhanced skill sets were available where they precluded. There was just a threshold of a integration agreement, and we're beyond that now.
Right, but I just want to jump back. There was a period of time where they couldn't, and again, we're in the fentanyl epidemic, and we heard the stats earlier about how many people have died in this county versus, last year versus now. But there was a period of time. How long was the time that the county wouldn't let them?
I would again say that the county would let them. We were engaged with.
Let's rephrase that. How long were they unable to provide Narcan?
They were always able to provide Narcan.
If they signed
it, moved from a contract to a policy,
agreement, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So
we had several departments sign those integration agreements.
Right, but they couldn't do it unless they signed that agreement, correct?
At that point in time, that is true.
Right. Now, what was that court case about? What are the when it comes to administering that?
If you're referring to the Tracy, South County Fire litigation, there was 3 elements to that court case.
Okay, I just want the element as it relates to Narcan.
So with that, and South County Fire is an advanced life support department, so Narcan's really not within their scope, if you will, but where this went was the enhanced skill sets will be a part of the basic life support scope without a contract.
So they didn't have to sign an agreement in order to do Narcan? Is that what it boiled down to?
I don't know if that's strictly what the legal interpretation is, but that's ultimately we pivoted and moved toward a policy versus a requirement for a contract.
And this is my concern. And we talked about this once I found out about it months ago. And I know you talked to Dr. Schaefer, which is too bad she's not here. But for us as a county, I shouldn't say us as a county, I will say the EMS agency, to hold up providing possibly life-altering medication or a treatment because of not signing an agreement in which the courts end up agreeing with. Don't you see an issue with that?
I would put it back on why would they not sign an agreement when they've signed agreements for AEDs.
But regardless, but do you see the problem with that?
I want to get past the fighting with them. Yes.
What if it was your child, or with I shouldn't? You know what? I'll never say that. So I apologize. But what if there was a child? We see these fentanyl pills now coming that looks like, all these look like candy, and you have a fire agency that respond, which could use Narcan to revive this child, but they can't because our county doesn't let them, and then you have to wait for a PD, which the police department was able to provide that treatment, but our fire department couldn't because they wouldn't sign an agreement. And regardless, it shouldn't take a court case.
And I would say the PD is specifically in Lodi did partner with us on training, liability protection, providing data. I want to move beyond any of these fights we have with fire about 201 rights. We do not tell them what color of paint to put on their trucks or badges. It's medical oversight and integration. I want to partner with our fire. I want to get past these fights with fire. I would say there was never a point in time when they couldn't do it. There was a threshold requirement that is now gone.
But you're mincing words here because, hey, you could do it as long as you could do A as long as you did B. But the courts ultimately said they didn't have to do B in order to do it, correct?
You can make
Right.
that argument, but again,
Yeah, and I mean, Mr. Diedrich, and that's my concern. I mean, everybody knows where I stand on public safety. And, you know, if this county is, I mean, I'm glad it's taken care of. And I don't know what happened during that time frame that Lodi Fire couldn't administer that drug. I mean, hopefully nothing happened to anybody. You know, hopefully nothing happened to any child. But this is the thing. This isn't the first time EMS has come under scrutiny in being able to provide certain. I mean, you could say being an impediment sometimes. And I think this case, I mean, the court, you know, concluded that it was. You know, I mean, I could go back to, you know, you talk about South County when I was there and the big fight that we had when medical emergencies. And that was a year-long fight, and then we had to take it all the way up to the state capitol. But I think, I mean, something needs to give here. I won't spend too much more time on this. It's something that I will bring back to the board for public discussion. And, you know, this needs to be resolved for the safety of our residents. So I will bring it back to this board, and I imagine you're going to have the fire departments here, EMS here, and see what the problem is. And if you guys can't figure it out on your own, then I think this board needs to get involved and have some input.
and we have to that effect stood up in an EMS advisory committee, but you know, I don't think we're an impediment. We want to partner. Sometimes it takes two to partner. There's been a long ad hominem history in this county. Hopefully we can all get past that for the betterment, as you mentioned, of the people that we serve. That should be our primary focus.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
I was just going to say thank you for a really thorough and comprehensive report. It's very good to see the level of data collection that we do and how it's driving our policies. So thank you, and keep up the good work. We'll look forward to more.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty. Thank you, Chairman. I believe we've not had an opportunity to meet.
Not yet.
Would you kindly introduce yourself? I missed that.
Sorry, Jared Bagwell.
Excellent. Very nice to meet you. Thank you. And great report. I want to kind of pick up along the same lines of where Supervisor Rickman is on this. Through the chair, Mr. Dietrich, it had come to my attention. I was in Lodi at a community event or something or another, and the firefighters had approached me and talked about the difficulty, and they were being restricted or not being provided the Norcans. I just don't know how that happens. Was it Dr. Schaefer that had this policy that you can't do this unless you do that? Or how do we get to a point where there might be a life in danger? And I went to this fantastic seminar that you did in conjunction with the County Office of Education, and while I didn't stay at the very end, there was a demonstration, a live demonstration of how you would use a Narcan to save a life, and everybody that attended was told you can get a Narcan on the way out the door. So how is it that we would even come close to saying, well, we're not going to provide this unless you've got this agreement in place, or unless we're going to be on equal terms of this agreement of something? Like, who has that policy that we are not going to provide for you unless?
That's it. You know, I have Narcan. I got a sample and I took it home. So lay people have Narcan, but anytime it's an EMT or a paramedic touching a patient, it comes under Dr. Schaefer's medical control. So there's training and there's data reporting. This was EpiPens and other things that seem benign were not part of EMT's scope of practice until a couple years ago. After it became EMT enhanced scope of practice, we laid a policy, and it's basically a cafeteria plan. The departments could choose which of the 5 scopes they wanted to do. They needed to basically coordinate with training and data, and part of that was a one-page agreement talking about them integrating with the county for this. Different than police, but I have Jared talk about it. I don't think there was a time when they couldn't do it. There was a threshold requirement, and I need to get on this 201 rights and administrative versus medical control. We want to partner with fire. I've been reaching out my hand to fire for 8 years now. We have a transition in EMS leadership. I want to get there. I want to work with them on paramedic training, EMT training, but it was not the case that we are trying to be an impediment to patient care. There is oversight, there is medical control, there is integration. That's what we're looking for. We're not trying to be the heavy hand and saying no on anything.
Okay, well, what's the barriers at this point then so something like this doesn't come up? And I'm asking that because, let me segue to the next question. I believe there's a machine called the Lucas. I saw it on the presentation that all firefighters, all of the paramedics have the Lucas.
Ambulance and first out fire apparatuses, so it's an automated CPR device.
Ambulances do not. All first out fire engines have the Lucas compression device.
Got it. Okay. So that was another instance that several months back, they were being denied the Lucas. And there was a policy, procedure, agreement, there was funding, something about that a firefighter had said, hey, listen, we could use this new machine. This would be really great. It would be helpful because oftentimes there's only two of us and we really are, as we're trying to save lives. And I mean, this is a situation that would be very helpful for us, and we're being denied this.
And thank you to the board, because the board provided funding via, I think, the CARES Act to provide this to the first out fire departments. And indeed, as you mentioned, somebody might be transported out of county and you might be doing chest compressions for 30 minutes. The only aspect I know is that maybe in May 2 years ago, there was a fire department that with little engagement with EMS chose a different type of device and wanted to stand that up with like 2 days notice. But that's the only item I'm aware of anything to do with this.
Okay.
There was an MOU established to transfer the asset to the departments. I don't know if that was the issue either, but as soon as the devices came in, they were disseminated throughout all the county first out response.
All right, and maybe they were unaware of that. I mean, I'm not trying to point fingers. I'm just finding, how do we expedite if it's through county counsel's office that we need to understand that, whatever we can do to enhance life-saving, and while we're worried about getting agreements and 201 rights, whatever those are, and the myriad of policy and protocol that you have to have in place, I get it.
And we just stood up, and I think the inaugural EMS Advisory Commission meeting is coming up in a few weeks. It's a broad stakeholder-based. Hopefully that is an engagement with all of our EMS system stakeholders, be that fire, transport, emergency departments, specialty care centers, getting that input. But I think a couple fire chiefs have my number and I talk to them, but for the most part, I don't hear from them, nor do I get direct contact from board members about some of these concerns. It goes around me.
Okay, well, hopefully we have an opportunity to build new bridges. There was, unfortunately, justify or not, I have not an opinion to state. There was a lot of friction and personality conflict. And I know that we have new opportunities at any given time, but there also may be a lack of trust, because you come to find out that for over a decade, there was a continued maybe disregard for working together and being collaborative, and it was more of a combating factor in our county. I'm not making whose sides, who's right, who's wrong. I'm not here to judge anything, but we have a new beginning. But I'm certain there's a lack of trust along the way. And that has to be built.
We need to rebuild that. We own some of that. I agree with that. But I continue to reach out in partnership. Let's move beyond the past and focus on the future and what we can do collectively together. It's an EMS system, and we all need to be integrated and playing our part in this orchestra. If we're all playing our own notes, we're going to sound terrible, and it's going to be worse for patient care.
And to that point, I'm very hopeful that there isn't a legacy that's left over, that carries over, so that when we're building new trust, we understand, like, no, hold on a second. You have an absolute complete reset, new opportunity. We are integrating, we are adopting, we have this advisory panel that you have. That's fantastic. Whatever it takes, I'm certain that we as a board stand in favor of that. And there is no greater responsibility than public safety and public health, that we up here, we could fix the pothole later, but public safety and public health would be number one. And when somebody's child or life is online, whether it's an unincorporated area or it's administering a treatment, we want to make sure that that is given the top priority, as I'm certain we all would agree. This is not just me saying it, but I think I speak for the board and any responsible person that's in the privilege that we have would all agree that life would be paramount.
Oh, in medical, patient comes first. Nothing else matters. We can argue behind closed doors. Hopefully, the ad hominem attack was an individual, not the EMS system, because I think we have a high-performing system. Obviously, there's been some bumps in the road, but I am very pleased that we have Jared Bagwell as our new EMS administrator, and hopefully the future is bright.
And I've reached out with the fire departments to establish better communication, maybe put to rest some of the miscommunications that are out there. My staff also will see us more out in the field engaging with some of these discussions to rebuild or connect if we have failed to connect in the past. So there is a lot of talking past each other. We are more on the same page than it looks, and I'm by piece, we're addressing that. So.
And a big partnership opportunity, I think, is standing up paramedicine training as well as partnering on EMT training, because I know City of Stockton, I think, has to brown out certain stations just because of lack of personnel. We need to grow them here, keep them here, have a career ladder. But I think training them here and having an opportunity to integrate with EMS on that training is going to be critical to supporting our fire as well as our transport.
Understood. And I would just lastly say, and I'm hopeful that we'd all share, in my position, in my evaluation of what we can do best is to facilitate the success. Facilitate it, not be the person that creates the obstacle or the difficulty or gets hung up in a policy protocol. When it comes to saving lives, we would all agree we need to facilitate success and enhance every action we could possibly take to help our departments.
I agree.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And you're really great to meet you. Thank you so much.
I saw you at Ripon, the pancake breakfast, but I didn't get a chance to talk to you. But
you had wait, you went up and got pancakes like 4 times, right?
No, twice.
Oh, okay. Supervisor Rickman wasn't there though, right?
He wasn't about when I was there, but
that was a really nice. I think. Who's the supervisor for that district? That was a really nice pancake breakfast.
When was that?
That was wonderful.
I think I was actually over there. I know. How about you stay in your own district?
I was hungry. I was hungry for pancakes. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I want to thank Jared certainly for your presentation. I did have one question as far as I use the term wall time, which is APOT, and that's been an ongoing problem, and it seems to be getting maybe worse. So what's your solution for that? I know you have to work with the hospitals, and I know they're limited as far as resources. So what do you expect, or what can you do in regards to dealing with that particular issue?
Well, it has gone on for a long time. It's not just here. We've had worse times. We've been relatively stable lately with our APODs. A lot of it is communicating with the hospitals on what their limitations and needs are. I visited a couple of the EDs over the past month or so, and I'm just reminded how small some of these emergency departments are. We have created a system where the emergency department is a catchment of everything. That's not going to get unraveled next year. It's a long-term issue we have to look at. The hospital have limited resources. What are we going to do? We've got the EMS advisory committee together with hospital stakeholders to discuss what can we do as a system to positively affect those. That's one of our SMART goals, I believe, too, is to reduce APOD times overall by 10%. Heavy lift, but we're going to make that a focus. It's a difficult, convoluted problem. I think alternative destinations is a great key phrase, but that's also difficult because where do you take them, and where you take them are also suffering from staffing issues as well. So there's a lot of little things I think we can attempt.
Well, unfortunately, it decreases the available resources by having those ambulances sitting there, not being able to return to service. So somewhere along the way there has to be a solution. Maybe it's financial, maybe it's strategic. I don't know, but it's certainly something that has to be done, because without it, we're just spinning our wheels as far as care.
We have a relatively assertive policy on that. So the expectation is that 20 minutes they will bed this patient, and most efforts are made to do that. So there is a culture that it is on everyone's radar, and I think just that alone is helpful. But there's many sides to it that we're hitting.
And I think COVID had a huge impact, because there's really lack of staffing to receive lower acuity patients. I know a couple of years ago we had a pilot where an ambulance supervisor would be in the ED with 4 gurneys, and basically the ambulance crew would take a gurney and leave, and the ambulance supervisor would stay there, and that gets the rig back in service, but that's really not a scalable item.
And the state EMS authority has adopted some recommendations on changes moving forward. So it's a statewide effort too. So it'll trickle down.
So do you know what the impact is? Because I know in recent years there's been an increase of individuals who use the emergency department room for basic care. And I know there's a lot of transports of homeless individuals, et cetera. So what impact does that have when you have individuals who in the past maybe haven't sought treatment because they had to pay or wasn't covered or whatever, and now certainly with expansion of Cal Med, there's an increase in the number of individuals that actually, I won't say demand, but certainly expect to be treated.
And I don't want to cut Jared off, but I know I talked to Dr. Schaefer about a lot of this. A lot of these lower acuity patients are not brought in by ambulance. They might show up at the ED because that's convenient. I'm going to be seen versus getting an appointment. But
another thing that we're trying to do is, as the system abusers, the multiple 911 call, several times a day, we're looking at trying to make some impact with that as well. There's a small number of folks that take up a lot of resources, getting them connected with the proper, mental health resources and things like that, I think, are other efforts we can make to take some of that volume out of the ED and redirect those scarce resources, ambulance transport to more appropriate things. So,
and we do share data for the high utilizers with our whole person care team, try to reach out to these individuals more on the medical side. But I know we were chatting with our new behavioral health director, Genevieve Valentine, outside of there today, because there are literally people, because we are a county where you ask for an ambulance, you're going to get an ambulance, but they might use it because I'm in Lodi, I want a free ride to Stockton, get dropped off at a Stockton hospital and just walk away.
We need to address those and have procedures to allow the ambulance personnel to deal with situations like that, because right now it's really eating up a lot of resources.
Okay. And I know there's a shortage of healthcare workers. I understand that the challenges that hospitals, but I guess one of the thoughts would be maybe somehow urgent cares could take some of that load, because most of these individuals don't need an emergency treatment. They just want to be there for whatever reason.
That's part of one of the EMSA initiatives, is transport to alternative destinations like clinics. They're limited as well. There's a lot of problems with trying to affect change with such an institutionalized process that we've created, but those are things on the horizon, yeah.
And we have two of the supervisors here that sit on the Health Commission, and approximately 40% of our population is a Medi-Cal beneficiary. Are there opportunities to have a nurse advice line staffed in the medical dispatch and avoid some of these transports, and also have them ultimately, because right now insurance generally only pay for an emergency and taking to an emergency department. But are there alternatives with, since we have a health plan that's local, to have them fund a basic life support ambulance to an alternative destination for, their own cost avoidance, as well as supporting our hospitals to make sure that we're treating the appropriate people at the appropriate settings?
Okay, good. Thank you. Any public comment, Rochelle? Okay, all right. So any other questions? If not, I need a motion to accept.
Moved.
Second.
Chairman Nguyen, I'll need to do a roll call vote as my minute track is frozen at the moment.
Got it.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Chairman Nguyen?
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're at the Board of Supervisors comments committees report. Anybody have any comments? Supervisor Miller.
Just a quick one, and this goes to our clerk. We've been, for the last few meetings, getting comments from the public regarding the Oak Park ice rink and associated issues with the parking lot and things like that. When those are sent in, do you respond to them to let them know that that's a City of Stockton facility, or what do we do with those? Nothing?
I apologize, I'm losing my voice at the moment, but no, I do not respond to them. In most cases, when I receive the public comments before 5 o'clock, I include the department or someone who may be able to respond to those comments. In this case, they were received this morning. It would be appropriate maybe for the board during this time to address those comments or let those people know that it is best referred to City of Stockton. I'll have to double check. I don't always have contact information. They don't necessarily include their emails or their phone numbers either.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wondered because I hate that they send the comments to us week after week thinking, why aren't they doing anything? When the reality is it's a city facility and we really should facilitate getting them in touch with their city council person.
I'll be more than happy to respond if I can. And I do believe that even if she did not include her email address, this is someone that commented frequently during COVID. So I think that we do have their contact information. I could find it and respond.
That'd be great. I just want their concerns to get handled and go to the appropriate place. Thank you.
Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. On Saturday the 15th, we had a community resource fair in Western Ranch, and I want to thank a lot of county departments, public health, child support services, veteran services, foster care, health plan of San Joaquin, El Concilio, and the Child Abuse Prevention Council. And it was a great event. We had 200 or 300 people, and I want to thank my chief of staff, Chris Rapay, for putting this together, all his hard work. And then last Saturday, Supervisor Rickman and I attended and along with Jay Wolverine, attended the Sheriff's Ball and supported the Sheriff's Foundation. It was a beautiful event, and hopefully next year we can all go. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Supervisor Villapudua. That was a good time. Bunch of stuff happening in South County. I feel like there's something every day. We have a great community out there, from Mountain House all the way to Escalon. So on the interest of time, I'll try to limit some of this. On October 8th, 48th annual Tracy Firefighter Pancake Breakfast. You know, that's awesome. 48 years of doing that great tradition in the Tracy community. And thanks to the firefighters. I want to say thank you. Well, on October 9th, in observance of California Clean Air Day, my wife and I joined Mountain House Community Service District. Member Harry Dillon, his wife Prita, and Manjeet Abdallah, and Sikhs for Humanity went out to Frank Hoyt Park and planted a couple of trees. So that's always a fun time, and helps the environment and also helps the park. On October 9th, again, myself, my wife, and Supervisor Patty was there. We went out to support the Boys and Girls Club, Reach for the Stars Gala, and the Boys and Girls Club in Tracy area serves approximately 2,500 youth, so it was great to see so many people present and for a good cause. And also on October 10th, great time with the family at the Lady of Fatima dinner at St. Bernard's Church. A couple of days ago, it's a great time supporting local businesses at the second annual multi-chamber mixer at Great Wolf Lodge in Manteca. I want to say thank you to Manteca, Tracy, Ripon, Escalon, Modesto, and the Ceres Chamber of Commerce for coordinating such a great event. We are very fortunate to have great chamber members who celebrate and support our local businesses. DARE programs are back, so it's always great to see that in person and see the kids' faces. Over the weekend, Ripon had their 37th annual Main Street Day, which had a great turnout and lots of fun. And over the weekend, we celebrated Deepavali, or Diwali Festival of Lights in the Mountain House. I know I was there with Harry Dillon at Mountain House. Once again, I want to thank all those who organized that event. And it's great to see the community come together. Also over the weekend, Mountain House Fire Department, pancake breakfast. I've been eating a lot of pancakes. Thank you for the invitation. It was a good time. And I will end it with this, Chair, because, again, there's a lot more. But I want to give a shout-out to Alan Ramos and Ronald Munoz of Large Clover Community Center. They had a free backpacks and school supply giveaway at Large Clover Road in Tracy. So thank you both. I also want to say thank you to Council Member Alicia Davis of Tracy for stopping by and helping out. I appreciate it. And that is all, Chair. Thank you for your patience. Like I said, there's a lot going on over in South County. Well, you live there, so you know.
I do.
Appreciate it.
Yours, Patty. Thank you, Chairman. I think first and foremost, and I know on the mind of many people here, and there was a coordinated effort with multiple agencies, but we have to appreciate the diligence of the Stockton Police Department to arrest what appears to be the serial killer of some sort, the person that's shot and killed multiple people in Stockton and in the state of California for that matter. So we are all grateful for that diligence and the hard work. This community owes a debt to them and all of the agencies that coordinated and worked together. A lot of man hours and a lot of dedication to catch this bad actor. We here at the board obviously have a fantastic victory lap for the Victory Gardens ribbon cutting ceremony. Not so long ago, we were doing the groundbreaking, and that public-private project was to fruition. Myself and Supervisor Villapudua and Rickman was there, and Chairman. Supervisor Villapudua, I think you missed that? You did. I know you were there in spirit. Mr. Rupe was there representing you, but that was fantastic. It was an opportunity for all of us to really give praise to the efforts taken and put forward. And I'm very proud to say and see that this board, who prioritized, along with Supervisor Elliott at the time, housing for veterans, this was an accomplishment. And much to my constant request what more we can do. There's vacant land close by that is now being looked at as an expansion to this project, and that will be something that comes to this board or the next board for, I'm certain, to be approval. I had an opportunity to engage and go to Del Webb Community event on the October 11th, and the residents there in their retirement community are equally concerned and universally concerned still about the homeless issue, and we talked about that and some of the events that were going on in and around the county. We had a Delta Chamber mixer that I was able to attend at the Village West Yacht Club, robust community engagement, and all, of course, very much centered on what's going on, the health of the Delta and levels of engagement. And Tracy Glaves is always there representing her efforts, along with coordinated efforts of many other people that continue to be steadfast on San Joaquin Delta's health and the vitality. And obviously we are dedicated to making sure we stop tunnel projects and try to store more water and enhance the quality of our water supply for farmers, agriculture, and our communities. I did have an opportunity to give a prayer and attend Bishop Dwight Williams at his faith and mental health event at the Greater Maranatha Church on Saturday. Fantastic attendance. It was sponsored by Assemblyman Carlos Villapudua and others in the community that helped make that possible. And I think That's about the most of it for now. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, the Victory Gardens was a great event. A lot of people attended. Supervisor Patty spoke. Congressman Harder spoke. There were many distinguished individuals, especially veterans, who were there who did a great job. So anyway, that was good. I went to a event up in a party with East Bay Mud in regards to our joint venture, et cetera, with North San Joaquin Conservation District, which was well attended from around the region. Don Natoli from Sacramento County was there, as were other supervisors from the valley. So anyway, it was good. So with that, I know we have closed session, Kim, but I see we have also our 1:30 presentation. So we can take a short break if the board would like, or we can dive right into the
10-minute break.
All right. So how much time do you want? About 15 minutes?
10, 15, whatever.
15 minutes. So 1:45.
Chair Nguyen, if
Yes.
I may.
Sure.
We have 2 outside attorneys here for closed session.
Okay.
Can we at least do those matters, come back for the 1:30 and then go back for the rest of closed session that only deals with county personnel?
Okay, we can do that.
I
Yes,
do
go ahead.
apologize. Actually, if we could take a break, because I am not able to confirm that we're still recording this meeting. It's Minitrack that's down right now. ISD might need to restart it, so I do need to take a quick break if we could before we go on to the
Okay,
rest.
so Kim, if we take a 15-minute break and then we do a closed session right after that, and then come back here and do our 1:30 business, would that work?
That would work. Thank you.
Okay, so 15 minutes and then we'll meet closed session back at 2 o'clock for the Call the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting to order again. County Council?
The board met in closed sessions on the item listed on the agenda. We do have an announcement coming out of closed session. In the case of Salazar Bravo versus County of San Joaquin, the board has authorized settlement in the amount of $400,000.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to this afternoon items. I apologize for the delay, but unfortunately we've had a packed agenda today, so we tried to rush it through. So, Director Jolly, you're up.
Give us a chance to just catch up. A lot of us. We've been visiting. It's been fun. I'm also not paying the bill for everyone who's here, so maybe they feel differently. But we really appreciate you allowing us to put so many items on the agenda for this afternoon. We've kept our presentations relatively short, so we'll just go ahead and jump into those. Each one will require a separate action, but they're relatively short presentations. So the first one will be presented by Senior Planner Megan Aguirre. This is regarding a text amendment to address the timing of pulling building permits for land use permits, as well as we are requesting a 2-year automatic time extension for existing permits.
Very good. Good afternoon.
Amendment application number PA 22174 is an application initiated by the Community Development Department to amend 6 sections of the development title related to the expiration date of planning applications. Specifically, the text amendments would extend the approval period for newly approved planning applications from 18 months to 3 years and extend the amount of time allotted for time extensions from 1 year to 2 years for projects that are unable to begin construction within that initial 3-year period. Staff is also asking the Board of Supervisors to consider adopting 2 automatic extensions. The first request is a 2-year time extension for planning applications still in active status as of the date of this hearing. And the second request is to adopt an automatic extension for planning applications approved after this meeting, but prior to the effective date of the development title text amendment before you, so that the initial approval period for these projects would increase from 18 months to 3 years. Subdivision and core applications have other mechanisms for permitting longer approval periods and therefore are not included with these automatic time extensions. If the Board of Supervisors decides to adopt these automatic time extensions, approximately 125 applications would be extended. The purpose of this text amendment is to meet the general plan goal of protecting economic development by preventing the expiration of planning project approvals and the loss of corresponding revenue to the county. Our department has found that constituents are having a difficult time completing projects within the current time limits due to economic and regulatory challenges, so permitting additional time for completing the development process is essential to maintaining economic growth in the county. The proposed development title update project will also address the need for more time moving forward. However, since the update is not anticipated to be complete until the end of the year, the Community Development Department is requesting the changes before you today as an interim fix. And thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none. I'll open the public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to make comment? Mr. Hakem.
Hakem, on behalf of my client Steve Fawn, we've been following this excuse me, from the Planning Commission, and I want to thank staff for bringing this before you. The COVID history was very unkind to many of the development requirements and the time constraints to bring projects to fruition, so we very much appreciate this and thank staff again. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Any comments, clerk of the board?
There are no written comments.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? No? Okay. Close the public comment. Any comments from the board? If not, I need a motion a second.
Motion to approve.
Okay. Please vote. Are we working again or not? Okay, great. Thank you. And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to the next item.
We need to do a quick staff change. Just one moment. I will introduce Principal Planner Corinne King. She's in an effort to streamline the rest of these applications, is just going to present all of them. But we do need a motion in between. Thank you.
Got it.
Okay, good afternoon. This project is a zone reclassification to change the zoning of 3 parcels totaling 27.92 acres from AU 20, which is agricultural urban reserve 20-acre minimum, to RL, which is low density residential, and CG, which is general commercial. The proposed RL zone will total 25.92 acres and will be followed by a residential subdivision for up to 154 lots. The proposed CG zone will total 2 acres. No underlying project has been proposed at this time, but CDD reviewed the project, assuming a retail or similar use consistent with the CG zone would be established on site. And the project is located on the southwest corner of East Main Street and Walker Lane in Stockton. This image depicts the proposed area for zone reclassification. The 2 large striped parcels are proposed to change to RL. The smaller cross-hatched parcel is proposed to change to CG. The entire project site is currently zoned AU 20. So it is recommended that the board adopt the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan and approve zone reclassification application number PA 2000152 based on the ability to make the required bases for zone reclassification. Includes staff's presentation.
Okay. Any comments on this particular one? Do you want the motion now, or do you want them at the end, separately?
I believe that the public hearing has to be opened for each item and then a motion.
Okay, all right. Anybody from the public wishing to comment on this item? Mr. Hakam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Mike Hakam, good afternoon. I'm here today with my client, Kathy Largamasino, and our engineer, Pam Urban from North Star. The request is to rezone a 2-acre parcel from AU 20 to general commercial and the remaining 25 acres from AU 20 to low-density residential. Historically, it's important to point out that the board approved the general plan amendment for the 2-acre commercial property back in 2016, and this request will make the zoning consistent with the general plan. The project's a major subdivision. It will have all public services for water, sewer, and storm. It'll be in compliance with the San Joaquin County Development Title, as well as the agricultural mitigation requirements, and we respectfully request your approval, follow the staff recommendation and the Planning Commission unanimous recommendation for the rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What else? Clerk of the board?
No public comments.
Okay, any comments, questions from the Supervisor Patty?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have a question in general. When something is done for rezoning, and there's now different requirements from the county, but a piece of property that's already been in existence, and there would be a financial hardship by rezoning that's occurred with or without the knowledge or participation of the property owner. What's our policy and protocol as it relates, and this is completely unrelated, but it's just topical. So we're doing rezoning. I'm just wondering what's our normal policy or procedure as it relates to somebody's property that's rezoned and now there's new requirements.
Well, Supervisor Patty, through the chair, there are a couple of different scenarios where you could end up in that situation. So we have often seen since the adoption of the general plan in 2016, people asked for a certain type of general plan designation, maybe not fully understanding that they would have to change the zoning as well. So that's a situation where some people have been caught off guard as to what the requirements were to change the zoning to make the property developable. So that's a situation where we would meet with an applicant and try to determine an alternative path for them if possible. We rarely rezone someone's property or change the general plan designation without their knowledge, but we actually currently, with our development title update, have one particular situation where the county changed the zoning back in the general plan and zoning back in 1992 for an industrial operator to agriculture.
and so therefore making that property a legal non-conforming use. We recognize that that should never have been done and that it should have ideally been cleaned up at the new general plan adoption in 16. So we are remedying that at staff's recommendation and county cost to fix that for someone. So those are all different kind of situations. So we always try to provide a path forward for someone, but there are different reasons why people's properties have changed either general plan or zone.
Understood. Okay, and so we're able to be proactive, just you are in your authority. There's nothing on the board that you would need from us to empower you to do that.
In a situation like the example I just gave where in 1992 we took away some zoning for someone, that's a situation where I did not feel like I needed board direction. I would call that more of a cleanup. If it was a situation where the board wanted to have a discussion because they thought a certain area of the county should be rezoned or given a different general plan designation, whether it's for one individual or a large area, I would say that that would probably require board direction because it would be using a substantial amount of staff time to do something like that. We don't typically see one piece of property where we're directed to go change it for an individual, but we can definitely provide within our parameters some guidance on how they might be able to change the existing general plan or zone.
Okay, excellent. And I just wanted, just while it was topical and we're discussing, it just came to my mind to make certain that whatever we're doing, whenever something I understand is all being agreed upon, that this is something that's desired.
Right, and this particular project that we just heard was a landowner designation. So the board, in fact, it was almost everyone who's on the current board recommended approval for these designations. So now they were able to get the infrastructure requirements met. So changing the zoning is something that it's appropriate to develop it now. That's why we support and recommend approval of something like that. There are situations in the county where the landowner got some sort of a designation for the general plan, but there isn't, or there may never be the opportunity to connect to public services, which puts them in a little bit of a predicament. We actually have another project on our agenda today that had a very similar type of situation, and then we worked with the applicant to try to find an alternative for that site, and then came to, I think, a good recommendation for them as well as the county.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate the proactive cleanup and working in collaboration with the applicant. So thank you. That answers my question. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Any public comment? Seeing none. Clerk of the board? No comment?
For no written public comments
Okay.
either.
Thank you. All right. Next.
Motion to approve?
Yes. Did you read the recommendation already? Okay, I can reread it. If you'd like us to, we could reread the recommendation, or if you want to make a motion just as proposed.
Motion to approve as proposed.
Second.
Adopted 5-0. Okay, next.
Thank you. The next project is a zone reclassification and major subdivision for two project sites that were reviewed together with the same developer, but they're across the street from each other. I'll let Corinne give you the details of the project.
Okay. So this project includes 4 planning applications, 2 zone reclassifications, and 2 major subdivision applications located in close proximity to one another. The result of the applications will be 42.34 acres rezoned from AU 20, which is agricultural urban reserve 20-acre minimum, to RL, which is low-density residential, and subdivided into 204 residential lots. The project site for PA 2100061 and 62 is located on the east side of South Park Lane, 2,076 feet south of East 8th Street. And the project for PA 2100031 and 32 is located on the west side of South Park Lane, 3,200 feet south of East 8th Street. All parcels are located on Park Lane. The project sites are outlined in red and have a current zoning designation of AU 20. If the zoning reclassification of the parcels is approved, the zoning will be changed to RL. These are the tentative maps submitted by the applicant for PA 21000032 and PA 21000062. The two applications combined will result in 204 residential lots. During the Planning Commission hearing regarding this project, a number of modifications were made to the recommended conditions of approval for PA 21000062. These conditions of approval include requirements for screening adjacent to the existing industrial use, restricting access from Loomis Road and requiring all access from Hawk Lane, requirement for a statement of disclosure regarding neighboring industrial uses, agricultural mitigation, which is required by ordinance but omitted in error, Public Works conditions of approval for major subdivision number PA 21000062 for a right turn lane from westbound Boeing Way at Hawk Lane was removed, as is no longer required for the project. And with these modifications, the projects were forwarded to your board with a 5-0 vote from Planning Commission with a recommendation of approval. So it is recommended to the Board of Supervisors to adopt and approve the recommendations included in the board letter, including the amended conditions of approval provided in the updated resolution. Includes staff's presentation.
Any comments from the board? Okay, seeing none. Public hearing, anyone in the audience?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Anthony Barquette with Hawk Lane Partners. And I want to thank the staff for our hard work on this project. Like all developers, I think we felt like it took a little bit longer than we wanted to, but we got it done. And just want to say I'm a big believer in South Stockton. I hope with the support of the supervisors on this project that we also make some investments in Kennedy Park, which is adjacent to this project. It's a great park that has great bones, and with 200 lots there, we need families there, we need kids there, and I appreciate your support. And also, if you have any questions, Pam Herbin from North Star Engineering is also here.
Supervisor Lapudra.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Barquette, I just want to thank you for considering South Stockton for your development. I think it's a great area, and I've spoken to you about this, and you have great plans for that project, so I'm really happy, and I think it's going to make a lot of people happy out there. Thank you.
Thank you, too, for your leadership.
Absolutely.
Anyone else? Okay, clerk.
No public comments.
All right. Okay, any comments from the board? If not, I need a motion second.
Close the public hearing.
Make a motion.
Sorry.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Vote. Adopted 5-0. Right? 4. Go ahead.
The next item is a general plan amendment, zone reclassification and minor subdivision for a property that some may remember being referred to as the Victor Meat Site. It's been vacant for many years, and I'll turn the presentation over to Craig.
Okay, so this project includes 3 applications. A general plan amendment to amend the general plan designation of a 26.38 acre parcel from general industrial to agricultural industrial. A zone reclassification to change the zoning of the same parcel from general agriculture 20 or 40 acre minimum to an agriculture industrial. And a minor subdivision to divide the same parcel into 3 parcels and a designated remainder. The project site is located at the northeast corner of North State Road 99 East Frontage and Clarksdale Road north of Lodi. The general plan is depicted on the left. The red outlined area is proposed to change from IG to AI. The zoning is depicted on the right. The blue outlined area is proposed to change from AG 40 to AI, and the orange outlined area is proposed to change from AG 20 to AI. This is a copy of the tentative map for the project. The proposed AI parcels will range in size from 4.42 acres to 8.32 acres. The general plan for the AI designation requires a minimum of a 1 acre parcel. So it's recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve general plan map amendment number PA 22000083 based on the ability to make the required bases for a general plan map amendment. Approve zone reclassification number PA 22000084 based on the ability to make the required bases for a zone reclassification. And approve minor subdivision number PA 22000089 based on the ability to make the required findings for minor subdivision and the attached conditions of approval. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? This is the project you alluded to, Ms. Jolly, in regards to the changes in regard to services. Okay, so,
That's correct.
and I think you touched upon earlier in regards to when the general plan, the most recent general plan was adopted, there were a number of approved lots that would never be developed because they couldn't access public services. And this, I'm assuming this is probably a solution to some of those projects or properties in the future as far as development is. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes, I would say so. This is a situation, this is a perfect example of what I was speaking about, which was that a landowner had intentions for the property, asked for the industrial general, which allows a variety of uses. I believe when they got that designation, they thought they were ready to move forward with development, and unfortunately found out that there was another part to, piece to the puzzle, which is that you have to meet the service requirements to change the zoning. So we are going to be bringing before you a development title update, which is a pretty major update in the next month or two. And we've provided some additional options too. So this is a situation that's able to meet the locational criteria for the ag industrial zone, and it meets the needs of what these particular owners want to do with that property or think they want to do at this time. But moving forward, we've been looking at even more options to get some of the people who are kind of stuck in that situation where they'll never meet the service requirements, and to provide them some additional opportunities to do something with their property.
Right. Well, it was always a question in regards to some of these properties that were become undevelopable. Get that out, easy for you to say. But more importantly, there were other properties that were had a number of customers, I'll put it that way. I mean, in the tens, maybe hundreds in a particular day that didn't have to have municipal services. They basically could be well water and septic. And so the question arises, when you have maybe a 3-employee property requiring, municipal services, north of Lodi, for example, it just didn't make any sense in regards to the comparison as far as the ability to develop. So I'm assuming, based upon your comments, you're looking into, the potential for those properties to be developed at some point in time without the requirement for municipal services.
Correct.
Good. Any other questions or comments? All right, open the public hearing. And I have Kim Alexander.
Anthony Barquette again.
Oh,
I'm with the applicant, and also want to thank the staff again for this project. This was a long, long haul, and you probably know this property's been vacant for many years. And so with the new rezoning here, we hope to do truck parking there. We think that's the highest and best use for it out there. It meets all the criteria for the new zoning, and as Jennifer had said, it's just not. You can't do it in the classic industrial way. So it's the best that we can do with this piece. We think there's a demand for it, as you know, because you've dealt with the truck parking problem. And we appreciate you. The staff has been very accommodating, and we worked on it for a long time trying to figure out what's the best way to move this forward, because it's really been kind of an eyesore out there for the last 10, 15 years. Thank you. If you have any other questions, Joe Murphy, our engineer, is here as well. So if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. I do have Tom Alexander.
My name's Tom Alexander. I own California Concentrate Company. We are just to the southeast of the property on Clarksdale Road. We're 4664 East Clarksdale Road. I didn't see on your proposal that what I understand is that this property is being rezoned to be a marijuana processing facility. My facility is a food grade HACCP certified. operation. We service the food industry with concentrates, juices. We're also a bonded winery. And my impression as I review lawsuits up and down the state of California that it's the mitigation of smell that's an issue. We run a large evaporator, and in order to run our evaporation system, we rely on outside air as a cooling proponent. So my biggest question is there some way to, if this becomes a facility to process marijuana, how do we mitigate the smell and eliminate some downstream?
Well, my understanding is truck parking, Mr. Barquette, is that correct? Sure. Mr. Barquette can probably answer your question, Ms. Alex.
Okay.
Initially, there was thought to do that project, which I think is allowed under this zoning and other zoning, both allowed under it. But ultimately, we decided this was the better way to go. There are no plans. Truck parking.
Got it. I just want to make sure Mr. Alexander understood. Mike Manna.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mike Manna. I'm a neighboring landowner to this project. My biggest concern is traffic on Clarksdale Road. It's a very narrow road. It's congested already with prior farming operations and residential and commercial operations. Being surrounded or to the east of this property, very concerned about what's going to happen. I noticed a couple, I think what I saw up there, one of the proposed acreages, they show that the only way they could get in and out is on Clarksdale Road, which I think should be considered being impacted. And then also we're kind of concerned what's going to happen to that property and what kind of businesses are going to be proposed. So my main concern right now would be being to the east of them and the traffic on Clarksdale and the egress-ingress on the frontage road also, which is a little more congested now since even though Gehring Meat Company went south, and I think that's a big concern. So
right.
Anyway,
okay.
Thank you.
Just a question for community development. Do we have any idea what the traffic volume would be in regards to this particular project for truck parking?
At this point, the applicants have not provided any level of detail of exactly what they're going to do on each individual site. So if you'll recall with the AI zone, it's basically you can do pretty much everything that was permitted in a general agricultural zone, and then the opportunities are there still for truck parking or truck sales with the new ordinance, the AI ordinance. However, because there are going to be 4 parcels, and they don't know exactly what they want to do. There's been a lot of talk about throwing out different ideas on what to do on each parcel. That level of detail has not been reviewed yet. So in the AI zone, if you do a truck parking facility and you keep a site under 25 truck or trailer combination, then it's processed with a land use permit that is not discretionary nor subject to environmental review, and it's processed with something called an improvement plan. If you are going to exceed the 25 trucks or trailers per site, then you would go into a discretionary land use permit subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. Traffic is looked at regardless of the improvement plan or the site approval. Public Works will be reviewing any future proposals for development on that site. If a traffic study is warranted based on the use of the property, then that would be done. The neighbor would be notified of any future development at that site if a discretionary land use permit is required. So, but at this point, that site has been vacant for a very long time. We have had dozens of people over the years in my career at this county come in to try to do something with that property. So working with Mr. Barquette, staff agrees that this is a good alternative, although we don't have it completely dialed in yet from the applicant how the project will evolve. So it may be better to ask him. I don't know if he even knows if he's going to exceed 25 trucks or trailers per individual lot at this point or not. But if it is going to exceed that, there'd be another opportunity for any surrounding property owners to participate in the process.
Mr. Barquette, if I could pose on you or maybe a member of your staff, I can't help but believe that there was a business plan that was put together for this proposal. So do you have any idea what I guess we're talking a maximum of 100 if we're talking about 4 parcels, 25 truck trailers each. Is that your estimate in regards to the amount of volume that you may be dealing with at any given time?
We're not exactly sure on that. I would say that we will most likely put in for 2 of the parcels, okay, at the 25 minimum amount. And if you put up that, and there will be an easement, the other gentleman's comment, there will be an easement to exit on the frontage road, right, for those trucks.
Okay.
We anticipate that most of the trucks will come off the frontage road as opposed to turning down Clarksdale. Some may, right, but there will be an easement between the parcels to get out. How we process all of them, I can't really say at this point.
Right, understand.
But I could say that we would probably do 1 or 2 at the 25 amount to start.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, any other questions? All right. Any other public comments?
No more public comment.
Any more public comments in the audience? Okay, close the public hearing. Turn it to the board in regards to a motion second.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item number 5.
Thank you, Chair. This is our last item of the afternoon. There are a lot of application numbers that I will let Corinne go over, but essentially this is a project out in Mountain House, changing the master plan, the specific plan, zone reclassification, and the site approval for an apartment complex. So I'll turn that over to Ms.
Great, thank you. Okay, so this project includes amendments to the general plan, the master plan, specific plan 3, a zone reclassification, and a site approval application. This project will convert 32.9 acres of industrial zone property to 16.9 acres of high-density residential and 16 acres of mixed use and a 338-unit multifamily residential apartment complex. This project is located east of Delta College campus, south of neighborhoods A and B, and Central Valley Parkway within the Mountain House community. Mountain House is a 4,784-acre master plan community located in western San Joaquin County. The Mountain House master plan was approved in 1994. Specific Plan 3 was approved by the Board of Supervisors on November 22, 2005. The purpose of SP3 is to provide a long-range comprehensive plan for future development and approximately 816 acres to include the areas to be known as College Park Development Area involving neighborhoods A and B, as well as the new Delta College planned industrial and commercial development along I-205 and Mountain House Parkway. All of neighborhood D and portions of neighborhood A and B are developed. The objectives of this amendment are to create a new sub-planning area within SP3 to be known as the I-205 mixed-use planning area, to provide opportunities for high-density housing near future employment centers, future transit options, and close to the Delta College campus, and maximize the site's development limitations, including its narrow configuration and easements for gas and electrical transmission lines. Prior to these amendments, the previous build-out was 502,000 square feet of light industrial use. With the amendments, the proposed build-out will be 16 acres of mixed use, including 105,000 square feet of commercial with 65 residential units, and 16.9 acres of high-density residential, including 338 residential units. Since the original approval, there have been changes in market conditions, including significant changes in demand parameters for new industrial development. Smaller scale business parks with smaller buildings are not as desirable as large logistic parks with big box buildings, and significant changes in the housing market since the inception of Specific Plan 3. On July 14, 2022, the department received the revised site plan and architecture for the site approval application. The project is comprised of a 3-story walk-up, 338 luxury apartment complex. There are 18 buildings planned in total with a unit mix of 122 one-bedroom, 156 two-bedroom, and 63 bedroom dwelling units. The proposed project also includes a garden-style walk-up design and tuck-under garages, an 8,300 square foot single-story clubhouse with pool, spa, business center, and fitness center. Various amenities also include a dual-use pickle and basketball court, a bocce ball court, 2 detached accessory structures, tot lot, barbecue areas, and 2 dog parks. This is a copy of the site plan for the multifamily residential project. This is the elevation depicting the architectural style. The top picture depicts the edge treatment landscaping between I-205 and the housing development. The bottom picture depicts the garage and wall facing the I-205 corridor. In response to early concerns regarding compliance with noise standards associated with residential development, the project proponents commissioned a project-specific noise assessment for the proposed apartment project. The site plan shows the special facade treatment areas that were identified during the assessment. This is included in the recommended conditions of approval to mitigate impacts related to noise on the residences. Staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors adopt and approve the recommendations included in the board letter. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll open the public hearing anyway. Mr. Hakem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Mike Hakem for the applicant. I'm here today with Jeremy White and Rob Tosti and Travis Kauser from the Groupie Company. As you know from the board letter, this matter concerns property in Mountain House where there is a reference to a specific Plan 3 south of neighborhoods A and B and easterly of the Delta campus. The project coming before you this afternoon is to convert 32 acres of industrial property along I-205 to a different and 16.9 acres of high-density residential and 16.0 acres of mixed use. The project itself has 5 separate applications: a general plan amendment, a master plan amendment, a specific plan amendment, a zoning reclassification, and a site approval application. By way of brief history, Specific Plan 3 was approved by this board in 2005 to implement the goals and policies of the master plan for what was then referred to as the College Park Development Area. The applications being presented to you today for your consideration are in direct response to concerns expressed by the Mountain House Community Services District regarding housing affordability and housing mix in this particular location. And this is a response to that request from the Mountain House Community Services District to revisit this particular area adjacent to I-205. Your approval today will accommodate additional housing opportunities that did not previously exist within the specific plan previously approved. The objectives of our proposed amendment are to create a new sub-planning area, to provide opportunities for high-density housing in close proximity to future employment centers, future transit options, and obviously close to the Delta College campus. This will capitalize on the proximity for existing single-family homes and to provide a noise barrier along the 205 corridor. As detailed in the board letter, the demand for industrial logistics warehouse development is now located south of I-5 and within the area of Tracy proper, and this has been a significant shift in demand in that particular area and the characteristics of these parcels, and this particular site is no longer suitable for industrial development. The proposed land use changes will also eliminate the conflicting industrial use. It'll provide complementary land uses with the neighboring single family and the Delta College campus. The required findings for the revisions to the master plan are set forth in your staff report and board letter as approved by staff and as recommended to you by the Planning Commission on a 5-0 vote. The proposed amendments will provide additional compatibility and protection of ag land, and the development when the location of the uses will facilitate compatibility and consistency for the eventual and continuing development of the area. In conclusion, the Planning Commission's recommendation was for approval of the General Plan Amendment, approval of the Master Plan Amendment, the Specific Plan 3 Amendment, the zone reclassification, and the site approval application. We respectfully request that you follow the staff recommendation and the findings set forth in your board letter. I would like to take a minute to thank staff for an extremely complicated background and significant effort on staff and John Anderson's part in bringing this matter to you in a very specific and user-friendly way to follow a complicated history and a complicated scenario. So I appreciate that help from staff and from the J.B. Anderson Company, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. That is the end of my presentation. We're here today to answer any questions if there be any. Jeremy White is here if there's questions on the apartments themselves and or any of the other particulars to do with the project. Thank you.
Any questions? Quick question, Mr. Hakem, in regards to the luxury apartments, how many of those would they be?
I'm sorry?
The luxury apartments?
The apartments?
One of the slides talks about luxury apartments.
Jeremy White, respond to that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great, thank you.
Jeremy White with the Groupie Company. There were 338 proposed apartments.
Okay, and the 62 other houses or apartments, those are what?
So for the mixed-use parcel, which is on about the western half, there will be tentatively planned for 60-some-odd housing units and 100,000 square feet of retail or commercial. There will be a more detailed plan that will come forward before you for that parcel of land in the future.
Okay, so there was a comment in regards to the Mountain House concern about affordability. And I'm not trying to criticize, but if we're building luxury apartments, that doesn't seem to mesh with affordability per se. Could you maybe expand on that?
Sure. It's more of the word affordability gets used a lot, and it depends on how you're defining it. But when you look at resale homes that are priced at $1 million and above now, a two-bedroom apartment in the $2,000 a month range is much more affordable than the purchase of that home.
Okay, so it's a comparative use, okay, as opposed to a specific. That was my question, and I also I'm assuming, as I talked to Mr. Barquette in regards to a business plan, I assume you did your marketing research. Is it and I'm not being again critical, it's just a question, but is it? I guess your research, would that provide that the potential buyers of these apartments, these luxury apartments, may come from the Bay Area? Is that in the Bay Area? I mean, you talk about $1 million. I mean, that's like poverty housing. So is it anticipated that you'll be attracting Bay Area residents to these particular apartments based upon their location?
That's a great question. There will be a mix. So just to clarify, they will be for rent apartments, not for purchase. And there will be folks that come over the hill and decide to live in Mountain House and commute back. There's also a lot of residents in the area that will want to rent, people that live in the area already. And it is right next to Delta College's South Campus, students, faculty. So it will be a mix.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here. I mean, I'm very familiar with this area. I'm in Mountain House a lot. And, you mentioned about affordability. Yeah, I think a home went for sale there not too long ago at, $2 million, I think it was. So, when you're talking about affordability, I mean, I think it's great. I mean, if you look at when you mentioned the complementary land use, and getting apartments in there. I mean, 338, that's a lot. I mean, to start at least. And the mix too with the surrounding area, I think you guys did a heck of a job with that. But, one of the bonuses is it's right off of 205. And you're right, there are going to be a lot of commuters. A lot of commuters do live in Mountain House, and they'll be able to hit right off of 205 Mountain House and hit the Altamont. Or, if they're working in the Tracy area, right off Mountain House Parkway. So I think it's a great fit. The design, the architecture. I mean, if you haven't been to Mountain House, it's Mountain House community. They just, and kudos to the, Mountain House CSD. They've just done a heck of a job with that area over there. And so with that being said, thank you for being here, and thank you for, when you're using this type of land use, making sure it blends in with already what is there to keep it, what it is. It's that community is. They have just done, I guess you're partially to blame for that, a heck of a job. It's just, you go over there every weekend, and I'll be there this weekend for the Diwali Festival. Great job. So with that being said, I'll make a motion if nobody else has anything.
Any other comments from the audience? Clerk of the board?
No written comments.
Just a quick question for Vice Chair Rubin. I know you're a strong advocate for ACE. How does ACE work into this particular development as far as location?
And it should be right around that central area. And, exact spot. I mean, I think they're subject to change, so I'm not going to say too much. But, there's planning to be, not ACE, I'm sorry, the Valley Link. And Valley Link, should be hitting right there off of Mountain House. I know Tracy just gave up 200 acres for Valley Link, and hopefully get some of these funds moving. So hopefully in the next couple of years, that general area is going to be, you're going to have your alternate transportation, and you're going to see, I think, influx of a lot of businesses and commuters. So no, we'll have to wait and see.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Quick question. Is this a private development, or is this subsidized by any government entities or housing projects? Funds?
Supervisor Patty, it is privately funded and developed privately owned, no government subsidies.
Okay, so it's, we don't really know. We know there's a change in the market right now. There's the contraction in values and such, but the developers are still interested in going forward with this project, wherever it may be, and trying to make it, whatever the market could yield, correct?
Correct. It's changing daily, and we get to spend a lot of time talking about it. So we're just getting everything teed up, and hopefully we'll be able to start construction in the spring on where everything is.
Understood. So the chairman brought up a point of concern of affordable housing. So I would just suggest, and I don't know if the county, if to the chairman's pleasure, if we wanted to maybe agendize and grant a couple $1 million to lower the cost of construction, we could probably make the entry more affordable for people so that the costs were lower than the private risk of investment. So if that's something to the chair's pleasure, if he would like to propose that, but so far it seems like a great project, and just if we can make it more affordable for the residents and contribute a couple $1 million from the county, that's something the board may want to consider through the chair. Thank you.
I understand Supervisor Patty's effort to reduce the cost, but I'll be honest, I think knowing the groupie organization, I would say that you're probably well funded and well equipped to handle that, and the couple $1 million, as we've talked about it many times on this board, we have a number of projects in regards to affordable housing or homeless shelters or a whole bunch of other things. So I'm not trying to deny you, but I think you're probably pretty well set on track for the future in regards to your development. It looks like it'd be a good project. So again, thank you. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing the project forward. This is, I think, going to be a really, really strong addition to Mountain House, and I do think the apartments are needed there. And $2,000 for an apartment, that's newer apartments in Stockton. That's the rent. That's where the rental market is, and it's not you say luxury, it really means they're new and they have a slightly higher end apartment finish. But we're not talking about gold-plated faucets and, you know, high-end stone and things like that. They're still apartments, and they would still be very appropriate for working people and for students. And so I think this is going to be a great addition. And while I appreciate Supervisor Patty's motivation to try to make the units more affordable, once any of our money enters into the project, prevailing wage and a whole host of other restrictions kick in that unfortunately then drive the prices back up to a large extent. And so hats off to the private sector for stepping in and being able to do this and make it work. I think it's great, and I'm looking forward to them being built. I really do think it is very needed there. I can't tell you how many young people I spoke to when we were doing forums on homelessness that said, you know, I'm renting a couch in my friend's basement, and I'm never going to be able to own a place on my own because they just don't build apartments here anymore. And so almost 340 apartments, that's a good start, I think, for the working folks in Tracy. So whether they commute to the Bay or they commute this direction, I think that's great. There's a whole lot of parents in Tracy that will be very happy to be able to know that that their kids might actually be able to move out of the house and have their own place and get a start. So thanks. This is a good project.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. And no comments from the public, correct?
No written public comments.
Okay. All right. Close the pleasure of the board.
I will second Supervisor Rickman's motion.
Okay. Vote. And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good job. All right, so that's the last item for today's agenda. So
Golly, that's it.
if I will adjourn, we will reconvene on November 8th at 9 a.m.
November 8th.
you.